back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's July 28th, 2026. It's a rainy Tuesday afternoon. We are 1 week before the true beginning of the 2608 new ban list. Not that that's going to stop us from playing around it today. How's everyone doing? It's been a busy weekend. Megacities has just wrapped up. We have our final Megacities. I think there was 3 this weekend, I want to say. It's 2006, y'all. Let's go. Mike's a little quiet. Is it? Hey, Weddy. Is it actually quiet? Because I've changed nothing. And if it's suddenly quiet, I'd be upset. Important. What was the site you can look at 90s Netrunner cards? I never remember. How's it going next to you? ONR, Netrunner, 1996. I'll see it when I see it. It's like pornography. At CCG Trader. You'll know it when you see it. CCG Trader is really good. CCGtrader.net. It has all the sets. It has a bit of sorting. It's really nice. It's a Joel problem. I fixed it. Hey, Eric, how's it going? You streaming tonight? Michael sounds normal. It's a good Michael. Yeah, it's a good Michael. Sounds fun. Hey, Radish. This is engagement bait for sure. Hey, Komodo. How's it going? How's the commentary in the weekend? Looking forward to the discussion of the gigantic meta shakeup my reptile tier list video is doubtless causing. Komodo, where's that video? I should have seen it by now, and I don't think I stumbled across it. So what channel is it on? Finally remembered a Tuesday stream. Hey, all. Yo, Funky Man, how's the Tuesday going? How you doing? Hey, Jai. Hope you're well. Heckin' love synthwave time theft stream time. It's only a time criminal if I get time caught. It's on my channel. Am I not subscribed to your channel, Komodo? Excited for HANDGUN. LPT, how's it going? Me too. I'm very excited for HANDGUN. I'm excited to like make some Komodo Commodore. How do you spell Commodore? 2 M's? Becoming the new Dragon Lord? Is this it? Have I found it? Wake up. Hey, Diz. I lowered the stream volume for the music. Hey, Kevin. Streaming is next Monday. We might do a poker chip sorting chat stream on Thursday. Oh, very cool. Because I saw your message today in the patron chat, and I thought that meant like, oh, there's a stream tonight. But they're usually a bit sooner than that. That's not me. I mean, looks right. Ranking Netrunner reptiles. Found it. Okay, the tier list is here. I don't know how many reptiles are in the game, but it seems to be like in standard, which, I mean, Komodo might have painted themselves into a corner here. But there's a lot of reptiles in the whole history of the game. Doing well, had a lot of fun playing the HANDGUN list. The locals got destroyed though. Oh, okay. I've played it a fair bit. Okay, no, I played it a bit at locals. I was playing sometimes against new players, and I had a really great time. This is the list we're talking about today, and we're gonna be playing a fair bit of BANGUN. Mind you, we'll replay this on Thursday, probably. That's usually how it goes. But we've talked about this a bit before. This is a list that the NWE folks brought to an event. It was a megacity in Lille, and I think 3 of them made the top cut, and 1 actually did end up winning it. I do think this is a deck list that an open deck list is so much worse than closed deck lists, because firstly, nobody knows what BANGUN does. It's like not a very common thing. But also now you understand that, like, what is your tag punishment? The answer is very little. And then like a lot of times it's trying to play around with the face down upgrades are in a BANGUN remote server, and then usually they hurt you. And in fact, as like a good touch point, the same weekend across the pond, there was another BANGUN deck by, was it Harmonby? Yeah, it's right here from Harmonby. And Harmonby was playing the girlfriend's BANGUN, and this is more close to the BANGUN that I've been familiar with. The digital rights managements are actually totally goated. We should talk about this more in the future. But the idea is like this is the sort of list that plays like end of the line, and its upgrades are trying to hurt you, like Angelique and Daniela. And so understanding that the list doesn't have defensive upgrades and all you have to play around is the BANGUN text is like definitely an upside / downside when open and closed deck lists. So we'll see. Again, this is on the front page of Netrunner DB, and I have no doubt people have been playing against us on JNet, so they probably have our number to some extent. Doesn't mean that it can't do cool stuff, and obviously this won in open deck lists, but it's really weird. And the idea with this list is like BANGUN's text is annoying. Why not just jam all these functional 1-pointers in the remote server and say go get them while we try and win off of 4 agendas? It's cool. BANGUN had always had bad vibes. I mean, it's okay. I like the vibes. 16 in standard, which is more than people think. Yeah, that's more than I thought. I thought it'd be like 8. Try to build decks for locals on Wednesday before stream, so we've at least played the decks like twice. I mean, you're an expert at that point, right? Definitely need more practice. Missed a lot of lines, but if you get an early green mail with Tucana, you start flying. Yeah, I had a Tucana in the remote server that wasn't contested. And then like the idea is that you score an eminent domain and you get 2 ice against Hermes. Like getting 2 ice against Hermes is absurd. Like Bangun's text, the agenda that's face up notably can be bounced with Hermes, which is nice. So you can do install advanced chill and you're not too stressed about it. Obviously centrals might be an issue. You have 13 agendas, but the idea is like when you score it, I got like a BOAC for the remote server and then like a, you know, whatever, a Winchester or Maskarovka for a central for like 1 credit. Like that's really good. And then all your stuff is res. So Hermes has like less teeth into you. There's a lot of really cool lines with like, you actually do expend eminent domain sometimes in this deck. So for instance, I drew a terrible hand, and as long as you have a Spin Doctor and an Eminent, you can install Spin Doctor, use Spin Doctor, hopefully draw into a piece of ice, and then just expend this. And then Spin Doctor can shuffle it back, which is kind of cool. I haven't seen people proactively doing it, but I'm pretty sure through the tournament, there were some really wild Eminent lines where you just expend to get them out of your hand. And then with a Spin Doctor that's neat, without a Spin Doctor, it's like, do you want to trade 1 point for this? Maybe not. It's still good to get your ice res against Hermes for sure, but you're showing what the ice is. So I know I played a game where my opening ice, and this deck doesn't have a lot of ice. It's only on 12 ice and 49. So the ice is few and far between. You really need to grab it with Tucana and like Eminent. But like my opening ice was BOAC. And I'm like, I have an Eminent and a Spin Doctor, and I can't expend a BOAC because it still cost me like 10 credits to do it. Because you save 5, but it costs you, you know, 1. So you only save 4 when you Eminent. So yeah, I just put them on centrals and hope. I mean, sometimes it gets there, but the ice is kind of weird. Notably, Maskarovka is not in too many Wayland decks as of recent. I think I've been seeing less and less Maskarovka. I think more so Pharaohs has become quite good, and also people don't play a lot of Logjam. But Maskarovka is really good. 2 Fly Swatter because you have to play a Code Gate, and Wayland Code Gates kind of suck. We have 3 BOAC, which you can hard res if you have the money. I think looking at this deck, it doesn't look like it has a lot of money, and it kind of doesn't, but it has just enough money. Like, if you want to get Myoshu, you have to really kind of work towards it, because this deck is only on like 2 Petty Cash, 3 Hedge Fund, and then like the predicted planograms. But the big thing is like the money comes from things like Sack Zone expansion. It usually gives you 6 credits, and that is like where the money slowly comes from. Hey, TMKF gamers, how's it going? To be fair, this is a definition including non-equivalent exchange in Madani, which also has a toy lizard on it. B's been poking about at that BANGUN for a while now, and it's been super fun to see evolve. DRM is extremely good. DRM is extremely good. And like, this is a card that I know some people have reached to in certain metas, but it's a sort of like, if your deck has this sort of agency issue where like, oh, I want to score, but I can't because I didn't draw into anything. Like DRM solves all of that. But the thing with DRM, it's better in this deck for 2 reasons that are not very, like, maybe obvious, but weren't super, super obvious out of the gate because people weren't playing this. First thing is, your text is only about having agendas on the table. So the best thing you can do is DRM to grab agendas out of the deck and put them on the table, because now you have text. Like anytime an agenda is scored from a central server, you cry. It's bad. It's really, really bad. You don't have text. But as soon as the agenda is in their remote server, no matter what happens, you're happy. Now, the second thing, and that's this card. Like this card is a really important card, and it might be even more important in the near future with like more odd play and stuff like that. And so whenever you score an agenda from the root of the server, you may search R&D for a non-agenda card and reveal it, add that card to HQ. And the big thing with this thing is like why this has to be contested is that when the corporation is on few as 2 points, if they score 4 points off of this, or sorry, they go to 5 points off the Malapert Data Vault, they can just win on Myoshu, right? The idea is like this is the card that gets Myoshu only if and when you need it. And so you have to play around that this is technically a win condition on the right board state, which is enough credits, and they have to be on 5 points. But the big thing with this is it can't grab agendas, which the best thing to do with Malapert is if you have a scoring window, especially with BANGUN, is like grab an agenda, jam it, have another scoring window. And the thing is you can't grab it, you can grab DRM. So for an extra credit, you now just grab the agenda that you want from R&D. I wish this worked from archives, it'd be kind of sick. But yeah, that's the idea. Is like I have not, like more significantly than you think I would, have scored Malapert, use Malapert to play DRM with a click left, jam the next agenda. It gets slightly ugly if you don't have a click left to advance the sack zone you get, because usually you want to get your sack zone in the remotes, because losing 2 points off central servers feels really bad, and almost all your other points are 1-pointers besides the above the law. But like the idea is that if you do the play, you want to be able to install sack zone and advance sack zone. Even just getting your remote server is good enough, because like they're not going to run it probably because you can't usually score it out, but because it has text in the remote server, which is pretty good. Yo, Hexnet, congrats on the weekend. How was it? BANGUN's a ride. Definitely going to try this one. Yeah, it's quite fun. Aksu was Westminster Grid, but is dead. But there's another one if you haven't found it yet. Oh, for ONR, right? Hey, Quesadilla. Yay, BANGUN. Yeah, Quesadilla is. I've been playing a fair bit of Quesadilla's BANGUN list in the last meta, This is fun. I mean, it's interesting. I wonder how people are, if they're tired to play around it. The write-up even says, like, specifically, this is not the best deck in the meta. It probably has some bad matchups. They don't even very much say what the bad matchups are, but they probably do exist. But regardless, the deck is fun. It's interesting. People don't know how to play around it currently. Maybe now they do. And they had some really, really great players playing this at that tournament, and it converted. I do know that I think Lost Geek was saying that he was trying to play this into me on stream for the last while or so, and it just never lined up. So we never got to see this on stream. But I have friends who played into this while they were testing it. So it was kind of a thing. Yo, Filter, how's it going? Anyways, let's give it a shot. I think we're going to be playing a lot of Bangun today, and it might not only be this list. I think we're going to try a bunch of different things. It's great. Wish I had stuck to my game plan against Davs, but his deck was designed to be mine. Ooh, you're playing Melias, so take it? Ice Destruction probably reduces a lot of the value. Yeah, losing a BOAG is not going to be good for you. We don't have a lot of ice, but we can repair ice. Event Horizon is also like a pretty powerful card against certain matchups. But like Ice Destruction is not amazing. The cool thing is we just still have text. I think we're really bad against Vic. If people are playing Vic DreamNet, and I probably should say all our weaknesses so you can queue up into me. But like Vic is already a really good angle because clearing tags is not bad, and you get click compressed card draw. And I think we're going to expect more Vic in 2608 than we saw in 2605, at least to some extent. We'll see how much Reality Plus there is. So like that's probably not good. Good stuff, Lou. Like, can you break a BOAC early? It's kind of difficult. So I could see us pushing into remote server pretty aggressively. I think anybody who puts on a lot of central pressure like Seb, it's hard for us to put an ice on HQ and ice on archives eventually, and also push in the remote server. So I think that will come down to like whether we can find and fix Tucana to the table. So I don't know. Pretty sad Bangun didn't show up in America's MC this weekend. Yeah, I guess so. But I do think also like, because it was one of the last mega cities, a lot of people were incentivized to like play their Melies that they still can, which like I get that. That makes sense. Bangun is not for sure the best idea or anything, but play so differently when all your agendas are exposed off the bat. That's also a question too. Is like every time I play Bangun, there's been one turn where I can't tell whether I should install the agenda face up or face down. Because even if they know it's an agenda, like then they can decide to run it. And even if they tank the 2 meat damage in a tag, right? Like sometimes that's the good trade for them. I think this write-up says, and it's been about a week since I've read it, that like you always put your agendas face up, who cares? And I think that's okay. The cool thing with Bangun is you don't have to. So you can install an agenda face down, and then they could think, oh, it's a, you know, an upgrade, or it's I don't know, some asset that matters. Now in this matchup, it's basically just upgrades and agendas, or I guess could be a spin doctor, right? But I do think the idea is like you have all these 1-pointers, just keep installing them face up. And so just install them face up. The deck is always face up. You only run spin. Exactly. Yeah, it's really hard to hide in this deck because everything is like, well, it could be an upgrade, I guess, but that's mostly it. I think you can only get away with face down if you're on Angelique or Bite. Yeah, the versions that actually run like more cards that go in remote servers, like Antil's, Angelique's, Daniela's are good into Pinhole. Like there's some cool things you can do. But for this one being like the deck list of the week, and I think that actually really serves anybody who plays this list, is that because this is such a known quantity being the deck list of the week, and probably people are pretty excited about it, is you can play this list and then just put in like end of the lines. Like you can swap influence around. Like don't play a seamless, play a public trail, end of line. And you will just win games because people will be like, oh, this is probably this list I've seen before. Yeah, I don't have to, I can float the tag, no issue. And you can just win. So I'm assuming that actually really helps if it's a known quantity that you can like pivot. Or play pivot. Bangun plays their agendas face up because they're nice people who save lives. It should always be nice to Bangun players. Hey, Ren. Ran my first solo TO tournament this weekend. I was a CTK, and I'm extremely proud of the fact that across 16 decks, there are 15 unique IDs. Firstly, congratulations on running your first thing. Was it, what? This is not a good matchup. How was it different than what you expected? Was there any surprises? Secondly, that's awesome. Thirdly, did you have anything to do with the IDs, or did that just happen? Like, did you incentivize people playing new IDs? Oh, what is this? Oh, this is new. Thanks, you too. So JNet update. So we have this like command bar. That's good. I don't have to type /undo click. Messages. What? We have pings in chat? Did my opponent write good luck and have fun, or did they hit this button? I think they hit this button. I think we're all experiencing the buttons for the first time. Yes, there should be no period. Cool, neat. This matchup can be pretty bad. They're in 45 cards. We have no ice for HQ. We can always put stuff on the table. Fine. Does it mean I can play Jinteki with a keyboard now? Nearly. If you can hotkey this stuff, yes. I wanted to play with like a power glove on Jaina. It's always been such a struggle. All right, we both mulliganed. So This is the sort of thing where we can eminent a Maskarovka. So you can do Spin Doctor, you can draw 2, you can eminent a Maskarovka, and that's like technically a start. It's not particularly good, but no matter what, we're going to start with this. Nothing to see here. Okay, so this is a bit worse. The thing is, we eminent a Maskarovka, we go on 5 cards still. We can score green mail on the table. But eminent a Maskarovka means we res this for 1. The problem with Maskarovka is usually res it for 1 anyways because of the face check, so it's not particularly a great thing to eminent. We could ignore centrals and push in their remote server, and that actually might be okay. Like, we could eminent the Maskarovka so we can play around transfer, and then just push a green mail behind it, which sounds ridiculous, and it is. The biggest issue is that we have all these cards in our hand. Like, we have too many agendas. But, like, there's a chance that we Ice HQ against Vic with 3 transfers and 3 clean getaways. Or there's a chance we just push in the remote server. The issue is we may not draw ice for a while. So I'm going to do a bit of both, and I'm going to do this. If this survives, we can get another piece of ice with the green mail. If it gets trashed, it gets trashed. I don't know. This looks like a Spin Doctor. It could be a Malapert. But if they have spent a click to trash this, I think we're happy. I think we get away with it. Hey, Ian, do I sleep to try and catch the next game? I don't know. It's a hard choice sometimes. How you doing? How's the birthday weekend? All right, so I guess we could do this. So we can res this. We can do install advance. And so now we can go get our money and we can search R&D for an ice. Obviously R&D is open, but we're holding a lot of points in hand. So I think we're just going to go get a Maskarovka for server 2 for free. And then next turn, we're going to push a sack zone or probably an eminent, actually, unless they show a fractor, which it'd be wild if they did. But like, you had to do some weird lines, and the openings are very, very strange. Like, that is not a common opening. Let's see until Nicklin finds... Okay, taking down the Tucana early is actually very clever. It expends a boomerang, but like the Tucana is how we win. This could have been a pinhole, which would have been a lot smoother for them. So they spend, 2 clicks and 3 credits, which we can't be too upset about. NFL is really good for us, for them too. All right, so I kind of want a hedge fund. Eminent really forces them to run this though. I think the Eminent's probably a bit better for us, but if we do install, like if we don't play the hedge fund in the near future, we won't for a while. Right, we could install Eminent credit. And then next turn we could do hedge funds seamless. The other options use sack zone advance hedge fund, and that gives us more money. This is way more important because if this goes through, we like probably in a good spot. Yes, install sack zone advance hedge is like pretty reasonable. The Eminent is like probably fine later. I think this is the chance they can't get in this turn. The thing is like the extra 4 credits here don't matter. I kind of like the Eminent push because Eminent snowballs a bit more than sack zone does. This is 2 credits if they steal it, yeah. So maybe the fact that they boomerang that aggressively means we could have told there was a second one. So maybe trading the Eminent there was a bit better. But maybe now the Eminent will stick. We at least got our money. Saxon is the correct line here to get money. I don't want to use the word correct there because I think they're both optional. I don't think we actually need as much money as it looks. Right? Like, what are we doing with this 9 credits for the next turns? Not much. Cool, DRM. So we could push for another Eminent to keep this Eminent in hand. It's kind of funny. Might not be right, but we have enough agendas to jam here. We definitely want another piece of ice. They also have to respect around BOAC to some extent if we have a piece of ice. So we could do draw. They did draw with Class Act once. So they're on 2 boomerangs, it seems. They did throw out a Shibboleth, so they might have another. Even just getting the money to deal with this is pretty difficult. Oh, they lost this off the damage, excuse me. So... I mean, I don't think we have to DRM now. I'll drop for an ice. Okay, whatever. So if this doesn't go through, we get a BOAC for the remote server and we keep jamming. The Eminent's way likely to be safe here with 2 boomerangs. We know that they didn't shuffle. Oh, sorry, the boomerang shuffled. Okay. All right. I think they have our number. Now, every time that we're hitting them, they're grinding themselves. So this is okay. So they lost pinhole. Yikes. DRM's making the comeback. I don't know if it was there in the first place, Diogen. Okay, so they're on 7 credits. They're not a measured threat. If they're taking you DRM from another Eminent measured, if they take it, yeah, but we don't have the measured. I think we keep pushing for it. I just want another piece of ice so bad. They can't have the boomerang again, can they? I'll draw for an ice. No. Okay. Oh, we have a measured. Never mind. What am I talking about? It's actually the Myoshu, sorry. I should have kept the I should have thrown out the Mioshu for sure and kept the Seamless. I don't know what I was doing. Oh, we do have a measured, you're right. Okay, Hermes, nice. So this will open up HQ. Eminent can respond to HQ. We have a click to respond to HQ. Yeah, throwing out the Seamless was really wrong because we could Seamless here and jam. I don't know why I threw that out. The Mioshu was 100% the card to throw out. That was like strictly wrong. Yeah, that feels really, really bad. So we could do Hedge Fund Advance and use the Eminent put an ice on HQ. Yeah, that Seamless was like immediately not correct. I mean, I guess we have to. Yeah, that was bad. You should play the hedge instead of advancing. Lost Geek, how's it going? Yeah, maybe for this turn to play around. Like, the Hermes coming down is one thing, but I think we're going to be over hand size. Pre-advancing means that if we kept the same as we get an Seamless, repair, jam the next agenda, and I think I wanted to do that, which is why I went for the advance. I mean, we might just want to leave it for a turn. They're only on 5 credits. I think that could be reasonable too, but there's not much else we're doing. I think we could do like hedge fund advance credit. Yeah, exactly. Hedge advance for the next turn, I think is what I like, and just chill. Because if they touch it, they probably die to measured. Okay, Nuka's going to help a lot. Advance, fetch Saxon, advance. Oh yeah, this can grab an agenda, can't it? There are 2 credits, okay. So now we do advance score. Search for a card and install it for free. So we generally want to just basically put the BOAC here and then jam 2 different cards. So we'll do the BOAC on server 2. They open up HQ, we reinstall HQ, and we put something in their remote server. I think I'm gonna go for the above the law. If they steal it, they're on game point. Getting the green mail advanced so that we can have a click back is also pretty good, but this puts us on threat no matter what. We're threatening a daily cast on 6 too, which is nice. Also, congratulations, Lost Geek. I know we talked about this list a bit last week, but this is really cool. Is the Gunies never say die stream? I guess so. It's been a while since I've seen Gunies. Pushing for measure threat is for sure the play. Yeah, I want to be on measure threat. The thing is, if we score this above the law, we can get transferred, so we might not score it right away. We might have to do like single advance and then figure out what else to do on our turn. Because if they bounce HQ and just transfer us, oh, the measured's not really like something we have to... Shibo? Revolver, nice. Revolver breaks us for 4, it's not bad. But they're gonna lose the daily casts, probably. But look for the stream for a while. Yeah, you and me both. So I'm not sure if we're meant to just like open up HQ to trash this. Again, I don't know why I threw it the Seamless. It was 100% wrong. Like this Mioshu in our hand is not doing anything. Another ice on HQ is pretty good. R&D is open, but we could ice HQ, advance credit. I think I'm okay with that. Devil stacking into, what's it called? Into Hermes is never my favorite, but I think we're just going to do this. Instead of credit, we could play the predictive. Actually, I think that's probably a bit better. Because we don't need a card draw, we just need raw money. Now the daily cast is getting less value, but I don't want to get transferred straight. DreamNet, okay, R&D now has a Hermes bounce, that could matter. I don't think we're going to shuffle spin yet. So this is a play that some people mess up. It's like, if we had Seamless here, you could do Seamless, measured if you had enough credits, which like we don't. And it's like not super likely. I think the DreamNet now goes, but this is the first DreamNet. So I think we trash a DreamNet. Should I ice server 2? I don't think so. I like the slope here. I just want to R&D, ice R&D sooner than later. Yeah, I don't think we're in control of that though. I have a mug that says Nick Land is the enemy. Stop giving him anime recommendations. Wait, what? All right, so it's either we deny 4 credits or we draw credits on card draw and force another DreamNet install. Yeah, we're never going to ice the server more than this, I don't think. If you ice 2, they can't get in with a single revolver. If they get in, we're okay. If they get in, they die to the measured. Like, a big thing with BANGUN is not making an impenetrable remote. It's making a remote server that's good enough. Because they have to get through a BOAC, spend 4 credits, figure out how to break a Maskarovka, then take a tag and 2 meat damage. It's like... not worth it, especially when we put a 1-pointer in it next turn. Like, you never want to make this bulletproof because then you lose to centrals. You have to like balance icing centrals and making this just bad enough. I think the DreamNet goes down. Crash a classic if they have some in the bin? I don't know. It's like they get the free card draw from the DreamNet is so much better against us than anything else. Killing DreamNet, losing them 3 credits and click better than 4 credits of daily cast. Yeah, the card draw is also like what we're more worried about. So Boomerang transfer gets us. We could play around that. We could also just put this in the server and say, what are you going to do about it? I'd rather score this and then repair HQ. But like, we're not worried about Hermes on Centrals, which is really cool. Duckwood I was drinking. Drew Grinders ripping the measured for no reason. So we're now on measured text. So the deck does have the full measured playset, I'm pretty sure. So at any point with 10 credits, things get a bit scary. Where are we at? There's even this funny line. Yeah, the line of the write-up talks about this, and I almost got this, in which you could, oh, cool, this is fine for us. In which you can praxis. This eats the DreamNet trigger. You can praxis, you can score the green mail and use it to forfeit to get more money. So you end up getting 6 credits, and sometimes that's what you need to Myoshu. Oh, Kurapira comes back. I mean, that's cool. I wasn't going to play around that. Some of these lists are on one praxis. It means you can be more aggressive against your breakers. So now all the breakers here, and an NFL. Okay, straight into transfer. So if we res the mask, we go down to, we lose 6, we go down to 2. Kurapira has to break this for 1, 2, probably for 4. I think we can get away with this. We win by ripping a seamless. Not very likely. Oh, the only bad part about this is we're not like worrying about transfer anymore. But they're going to be on enough credits that, sorry, not transfer, measured. Hit the Let Them Dream. Okay, no Hermes, which is good. That could have been an Event Horizon, which would have been pretty good for us. And then they probably have to NFL here. Yeah, okay. So we can score this and just gain our credit back, and then we can put something in the remote server and see what they do. Like we can put a Spin Doctor in there. We can also put an Event Horizon on R&D, but I don't think they're going to have any R&D multi-access just like that. If we had a Seamless, we still can't get there. They're exactly on 8 credits. If they had 1 fewer credit, we couldn't even win on this board state, funny enough. So I think we could jam the Spin Doctor, but then it's super, super suspect. So maybe we just ice R&D. I really do not like this card. It is so anti-fun. The thing with this is like on 0 credits, we can't even res, or sorry, unless if you're 4 credits, they can't even worry about a BOAC. But this in theory could be a BOAC. But we can't res it. Don't only make me score green mail, but money up and threaten game with Myoshu. Lost Geek, I did it wrong. I think it's gonna be so long before we can threaten Myoshu, but you're right, we might not have had to score that out. Because now winning off of Myoshu makes no sense. So yeah, I like that better if we just keep it on the table. Yeah, we're cooked now. All the transfers are gonna go through. Okay. So there's one more transfer. So clicking for 3 is a bit silly. This deck can't really, I guess I could duck transfer if we got a Tucana. So I think we can just put something in here and click for 2. So it looks like a Myoshu or, sorry, not a Myoshu, Tucana or Malapert. This is going to buy 3, get 1 free. They won't have the money to trash measured. Hit the Myoshu, good. We've entered triple credit hell, yeah. There's not a lot of burst money we can get back here. The leeches are going to help a bit on the BOAC. That was trash or Tucana, okay. Literal second I saw Bangun deck is deck of the week. I knew Andre was going to have a fun time. I've been playing this one in paper and I'm enjoying it a fair bit. So they're on 7. They have to click for a credit here. If they don't, we can win. Any thought on Mercury coming more prevalent, or do you think it's kind of close with more OB, R+ now? I don't know. I think the way that Mercury plays, oh, this is good for us, is it's not super obvious why. So if we chop deck a predicted planogram, we win. I think Mercury was pretty good into some of the Glacier stuff. All right, so they've already made a successful run. So if we draw the predicted planogram, we do win the game. There's 2 and 25. I'll shuffle in. I'm not going to shuffle DRM back because we have enough. I think shuffling the Seamless makes sense, but we're making it less likely to draw into the card that we need to win. All right, so if we drew into one of our 2 planograms, we would win here because we do planogram. We can't play Petty Cash. They can trash this if they want. I think Merc is looking pretty good. Green mail. So we score this, they open up R&D. But yeah, we're 1 credit short of winning off measured. Because we just do credit measured. think we pop the spin doctor and just put this in the remote server. Right? Like, I think we just chill with this. I think we want to shuffle hedge funds back in. Draw? Eminent Domain would also win the game? Pinsel, how's it going? Wait, how does Eminent Domain win the game? Wait, how? Pinsel, how? Wait, why draw? We have a 1 in 12 chance of drawing the plano. That is correct. Yeah, I guess we should just draw for the plano at a minimum. I don't know how you went off of Eminent. You can expend to res BOAC, forfeit a green mail, and gain 4. Wait, Pinsel, you're right. Damn it. Okay, so the line is that you use Eminent, you pay 1, you expend it, you install this BOAC, you res it for technically +4. Yeah, you get there. That's really funny. So this is the line, right? Like with Eminent, you can res, you spend 1, so we go down to 1 credit. We have we can res this -5. So when we forfeit, we actually make, do we actually make enough money? I'm not advancing this. I'm just gonna click for credit so we can play the petty cash next turn. Yeah, that would have been a sick line. That's a really cool line. I've seen that off of the Tucana, less so off of the Eminent. It's really, really funny. It's 2 - 1 + 4 = 5. Last transfer on 3. I mean, yeah, we did do that to ourselves. There was a fair few cards to play around. That hurts. At least there's no DreamNet here. Yeah, you make the full 4 from Greenmail. Okay, R&D's holding, which is good. They're on 3 credits. So I think we just click 3 here. Because then next time we can do credit measured. Though we played every single transfer, so we can't get stuck. DRM shuffle's correct. Better odds of drawing than Eminent. DRM into Eminent means we gain only 3 credits, right? Yeah, because Eminent cost 1. Okay. Hold. Held. Good. Do you have petty in archives? Yeah, we have a petty here. But they will be on 5 cards in hand. But we can play this petty if we want to. I think we want to keep this petty until the green mail wins off Myoshu. Okay, well now we play this petty cash. Because if we do advance, we're on 5. So we just need to get up to 10 credits, right? I think putting a BOAC on R&D is okay. Because if we score this, we win anyways, right? Like, I think we have to put a BOAC on R&D. I'm going to wait for an NWE person to tell me otherwise. But I think we have to put the BOAC on R&D and just res it for 0. Because otherwise we're going to be bleeding runs every single turn to the revolver. And we won't win that. Right? Because the turn that we score this with Myoshu, the turn we win. Just click for credits. I mean, we can lose on R&D. There's still 2 2-pointers in it. Maybe that's not worth it. But like the last point here doesn't matter. You can sack a green mail and still win. That's what I mean. It's like we can be on 4 points with this green mail and still win. So I think we can just do it. Like I think we're allowed to do this. It means we can't do the Eminent line though, but we already have enough money. Because the next turn we're going to be on 8 credits. If we had a Seamless, we'd score this on 7. Yeah. So Seamless doesn't even get us there. We need to start our turn on 8 credits to have it. Ooh, Wake. Cool, that's good. Good for them. With the leeches and Chezo, this is totally free. They can't trash the measured, though. Wait, don't they just die to measured here 100% of the time? Why are they doing this? Oh, okay. They just die. I mean, that was a choice. I don't know why they did that. Hey, GG. Yeah, that was a bit too aggressive. They need to play around measured. They saw 1 and trashed 1. Thanks for the game. But like that's how they lose at this point, and so I don't think they have to be that aggro. Like playing the Wake Implant was good because they can build multi-axis with the Leech Chesva. The game, man. I don't know if I like these. Yes. Dudes. That's really funny. Yes. So wow, R&D would not have held much longer. There's 3 points on top. So next turn they can win. If they just run and they dump the Wake Implant. But yeah, we had a really weird line there with Eminent that could get there. Man, the openings are so strange, right? Like, we played into transfer poorly after a while, but we couldn't. But the lines where like you put Toucan on the table, or you just eminent the remote server and say, I don't care. Like, if our ice is res, transfer is not that bad. Customize the quick messages and settings. Yeah, so you can get your like your maximum slurs per minute up. You can customize the chat wheel options. Oh, you can. Okay. That's good. That's good. I'm gonna have mine that says sorry, undid a click. Sorry, undid a click. Sorry, had to undo a click. Let's run it back. If they got a second DreamNet, we'd probably be in a bad spot. Real gamer hours. It's salsa. Ian was asking for support for cyberbullying. There's some good enablers. It's good to have friends that enable. You see, our goal is to play Ion Fox when he's at the end of his, like, he's barely holding on. Hey, no stress. In terms of getting tired, we have talked about this. He's just getting tireder and tireder. It's weird. It's like the no free lunch matters because they don't have to spend a click and 2 credits. They spend a click. But like floating the tag is not how we win. Maggie, 70 cards. Okay, this is the deck I want to play. This is definitely the Minstrelist. Shaper's not gonna put a lot of pressure on Central, so we can just rush on the remote server. If this predicted planogram was a DRM, we have like such a good line, but this hand's like not bad. Fly Swatter is like fine. He should just block Fox. I mean, he's gonna find out one way or another. So I think we can just do setup where we can do Toucana Fly Swatter Hedge Fund. Now, this face on Toucana doesn't really do much, but I'm not worried about Centrals at all against the Shaper matchup. Maybe they burner Illumination, who knows. HANDGUN for sure doesn't care about tag tempo as much as card credit tempo. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, spending a click and 2 sucks. But they can float the tag. Like floating the tag, if you know the list, is like not that bad. It's planogram and resources. AI on. All right, Illumination. So that is the punish, but we can't play around this. This card is like not common enough to play around it. And every time I feel like I'm playing around it, it's not worth it. But unfortunately, our opponent just got 6 clicks. Oops. Oops. God, I don't even have to do with this. This card is not commonly seen enough to ice R&D, but our opponent just got 6 clicks. Like they installed, got an Axis, they got a Nuka for free, a DZ for 1, and Coalescence for free. Like, what am I meant to do about that? Jesus. This is turn 1. Why? Why can this happen? This is turn 1? Ice R&D, yeah. Are we meant to ice R&D against a 70 card Maggie so we can't get illuminated? Jesus, what a card. Oh, they didn't run HQ, got him. No, I think they can probably get this. The question is, what do we go? I think we go for the Eminent first, is my read. I don't know if we're going to need more money than this. Toucana should fire anyways, unless they cup. Like, maybe they're not prepared for this. You have 6 draw in hand to find another ice. Yeah, I mean, we should have maybe done this first. I guess the second ice is really good here. Oops. So that was the worst order to do something. Admittedly, we could have like drawn the card that we grabbed with this, but yeah, that don't look at this. This is bad. Don't do that. That was embarrassingly bad. Good DRM, yeah, great DRM. Super good DRM. I mean, it was still probably the target we want to get to. It's not guaranteed. The deck, they're only on 2 credits, and like this could be anything. So maybe they can't get here. Okay, Knick-Knack Coalescence. Running HQ, again, they gotta make this run. If they steal a sack zone, we're in a bad spot. Looks like the Eminent will stick. Spin Doctor, okay. I doubt they'll trash that. The commentators would be calling you all sorts of names right now. No, they would just said Power Drew, which I'd be like, yeah, that's what I did. Or draw 3. Rising Tide early. Okay, cool. So they're showing the breakers. That's fine. We top deck to Bioac, which is fine. And now we can do advance push, which is like why I like pre-advancing. So we'll go. Shut up. We'll go. And this gets 2 ice, which is so good. Do we want to play against another Illumination? Bioac for the remote. So they can Fizzarum this. I don't know what the breaker suite in this deck is. Then we can go get just like a cheap Masquerovka for R&D. We can put a Winchester on HQ, but the game is usually in R&D. Like we build the Shaper U. So a Mask is good enough into a Rising Tide, I guess. We could also go for Event Horizon, which like eventually they break for 2. But I think the Mask is just the cheapest and the best. And then we'll just put I think we put the Zack Zone in there and say like, what are you going to do? No undos? No, they gave me a button to do it. It's right down here. The undos are tacitly approved. You need Ice HQ for DRM? I think it's okay. We have enough points in hand and enough card draw that I don't think we need to play around DRM so heavily. They saw one DRM, and so if they don't know the list, they'd be like, oh, how many DRM are you playing? But if they just make a run on HQ with Knickknack, yeah, they'll turn off for DRMs, that's for sure. But like, I'd rather not lose off of this, especially because I got illuminated. Roar, I'm doing well. How are you doing? We got the worst turn one for the Shaper deck against us in a 70 card deck. Oh my god, I don't think you can construct a better opening. So they need to figure out a way to run with Knickknack. Maybe they'll sell the DZ. I doubt they will though. Oh, nice. So they have a good setup. And then they still have an install with Maggie here. Again, I don't know if JNet fixed it, but if you install this with Maggie, you can take the credits off before your turn ends. I don't know if JNet always lets you do that or not. This is simulchip environmental testing is ticking. We are on the clock. So we always advance this once at a minimum. We go up to 5 credits. We could pose an Ace on HQ just to make the coalescence pings don't take these green mails out of hand. I think that's fine. I honestly don't know how much money we need, so going down to 4 is okay. We're not going to actually res this. It just looks like we can. Like, I'm not sure if we want a planogram for credits, but next turn we'll be on 5 after we score this. We also can ping for damage, but like, I don't know if they're on a deep dive deck. I don't think they are, considering there's 70 cards, but I'm not too familiar with Minstrel's list yet. Assuming this is that. Pinhole, nice. That takes on to Takana, so maybe they want to contest, but maybe they just want to make a value run this turn. I think scoring green mail next turn might be correct. Yeah, I could see it. Especially now without the Tukana, right? Yeah, now that Tukana's down, like scoring this and pushing the server again is not super worth it. We could just push this out. Under gameplay options, I think you can enable the POW window that lets you take credits off the coal. You have to enable it, Seabeast? It's not just like, hey, that's part of the game? That's weird. Just gave a talk in Madison, Wisconsin, the largest international conference for chemistry education. That's sick. What was the topic, Aurora? Congratulations. That's awesome. They're just vomiting value. Just every turn to get like 7 clicks worth of value. Muse for coalescence, or this pops environmental, like they're going to be on so much money. Oh, revolver. I mean, yeah. Okay. So they have access to Muse in their bin eventually, so this remote server won't be safe. So we can decide what to do. We can either score the sack zone and then push the green mail, or we can just push the green mail. I honestly don't mind just pushing the green mail, because if we lose this, we're really upset. I think I'm just going to do this and push the green mail. Like, they have to break this for 4. They have to figure out how to break this. This might be okay. I think we need a Mioshu to win before they set up here. Me too, but like, we need to draw into one of our 2 Malapert or a Mioshu. So like, we have to get to 5. So if this green mail goes through, we get to 4. The second green mail will take us to Mioshu. But yeah, it's very likely we'll have to Mioshu to win. Either that or legal overextends, but like, I don't know. I can't tell how like smooth the economy in the deck is, and it's really hard to tell because it's 70 cards, but like, they played 2 creatives. They got 2 Coals out. They have a Knickknack early. Like, this does not seem like a small deck. Ooh, that's really good. This is probably okay for us. Oh, we're going to purge the Plongi, so it's actually really nice for us. Sell the revolver. You don't need it. So they have to break this for 4, which is the first time we've actually made them spend money. They're going to continue. We're going to res the Fly Swatter, which purges the Plongi. So now if they want to get through this, they have to simulchip the Plongi, or they have to do something else. And they didn't trash a program yet. So this one is the most annoying ice we could have probably asked for here, as opposed to like a 4 subroutine sentry, which doesn't real. It's really cute that it's actually catching the one fly it can catch. Yeah, this is the only virus that you can purge that has a fly on it, which is kind of funny. This is a tsetse fly, I think, or is the mayfly a tsetse fly? So this does require a bit of gymnastics to get through. Obviously, he can just simulchip Plongi. I don't think we've trashed the program yet. It's right above the hand. Make it ask for consent to move to the next timing step. Oh, cool. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Now they still have to take 2 meat damage and a tag here, and we're not a threat. No, you still can. Yeah, so on approach, this says choose an ice, the ice you're encountering. So you just want to flicker this on approach. It's not the ice when you encounter the ice, so you can even flicker this on encounter, I'm pretty sure, but I just do it on approach for safety. Fly Swatter doesn't beat Mayfly. No, this is the only one that it matters. This one's the good one. Now this brings them down to yes, technically they can still break a BOAC. Yeah. Yeah, they're fine no matter what on this. So now we're Grinder. We had a Ritual and SMC. The SMC and Bin might be better for them. The Ritual, I'm happy to hit that. But they still have a Nuka. Is it another Scarab Beetle? No, I think the Pelongi's a little fly. I think it has wings. It's a 24-hour Indonesian language channel with broadcast Indonesian films and dramas. I don't know. Pelongi Air. I have no idea what Pelongi is, it turns out. All right, so they're going to float the tag, supposedly. They're floating the tag, so the knickknack can come down. They don't have a huge knickknack target here. The remote server does cost them, you know, a bit to check. So we can still just like petty cash green mail, do it again. I don't know if we can afford to trash the knickknack. If they do Muse into Coalescence, we probably do. We also have a full planogram, which might be worth it with a Spin Doctor. So we have a lot of things to do here. But yeah, the list is on 3 knickknacks. We've seen, this is the only one. No, that's the last knickknack. Okay, so we're trashing it. Cup, scary. Okay, interesting. So this is the last knickknack, which is gonna hurt their like consistent econ engine. So we probably have to deal with that. We can probably, like, if we do petty cash, planogram, they're coming for us for a cup. Glacier means rainbow? Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds familiar. You can discard petty cash to discard, save a click. Yeah, you like for upkeep, right? Like for next turn, Pincel, right? Like I don't think we play it here. I think we just do discard at end of turn. So we're gonna get the full value. We have to worry about the cup. That was really good for cup. Yeah, so I want to play Plano now. I think we trash the knickknack and we jam the green mail. Overdrawing a planogram lets you discard petty, yeah. Lets us discard a couple things. So if they pop the cup on this turn, I think we're fine. If they cup a measure, we're in a bad spot. But we have 2 more. I think we're just going to force this issue over and over again. So we'll throw this out. Event Horizon is probably pretty good into their deck, which probably can't run the same server too many times. We've gone through 1 Simulchip, 2 Muse. So I think a Seamless? There's a chance it's the Spin Doctor. We'll find out. Hey, looking for a Netrunner in person in Montreal? How do I find out which stores have a player base? Do you recommend any? Not sure this is the place to ask. Sorry, out of place. No, hey, how's it going, Zinzendorf? There is a Netrunner Montreal and Quebec Discord. I don't have a link right now. If you search it on the internet, you might find it. If you say like Montreal Netrunner Discord. People meet Tuesdays at a place called L'Expedition. There's even a GNK tonight, but they meet Tuesday nights from like 5 to 9 when the store closes. There's another meetup usually that happens a bit more downtown, I think on Wednesdays, I want to say. If they cup here, we're happy. Otherwise, that's mostly in Quebec City. They meet at La Revanche or Le Revanche. I forget what the name of the Revanche is. But that is the Quebec City people have now started their own sub-channel in the Discord. So that's mostly it. That's what I would totally recommend is that place. And L'Expedition, which is on Lake Saint-Hubert up in, in Petit Patrie. That's where people meet up. Here's the MTL Discord link. Whether you posted it, but it gets eaten. You can't post it. It doesn't allow you to post links. So it's just not there. Let me get the Discord link, actually. I can post it. Yeah, only streamer can post links. Let me see if I can get an invite code. There should be one. So give me 1 second. Invite. No, give me just a link. I tried. Yeah, here's the Discord link. It's for the Montreal Discord. So they just kept their petty cash. They cleared the tag, played a daily cast. Okay. And they didn't install anything with Maggie. Okay, so this gets us to 4, and it means we can res the BOAC, which is nice. If we advance this, we're in the same place. Do we do tempo measured here? That's an interesting question. We can't really afford it. I don't think we score this green mail. I don't think it's going anywhere. Seamless hedge measured. I mean, I think we want to keep the seamless for a Myoshu play. But I think here we just do credit hedge advance probably. Seamless hedge spin. You want a seamless green mail? I mean, okay. But Sel, if you're saying it, I'm in. So now we can do hedge, and we can put spin in server 1, I guess. If it's face down, they probably won't run it. Doesn't really give us much. Like, I don't want this to eat their remote server. I think I'd put spin on the table. The measured might go down to the cup next turn. We can res a BOAC, but if the revolver is pretty bad. Score to get to threat. Yeah, we're in threat. We could play the measured to hit 4 cards from hand. I think we're just going to keep this face down and see if they bite. I don't think they will, though. Yeah, I like spin new remote. I'm going to try this. I don't like this because this pins our own spin if we want to draw something. And like resing the spin into the cup is pretty bad. So we'll see what they do here. If they use the cup, like there's a chance we'll just lose the vent horizon. Or sorry, the measure, which is not bad. Pinhole. Okay, good. I don't want to res the spin doctor into a cup. Pinhole's really interesting into Bangun because they ever have to touch your agenda, they get hurt. I'm gonna res it. If I don't res it, okay, that's perfect. Do we pop it? Yeah, sure. We're gonna wait for them to access, so they've technically made a successful run for measured. So I only res this once they said they've accessed, so we'll shuffle back some stuff. So I want back a bit of money and I think a bit of seamless. Just to fork both things. A DRM might be good. But yeah, we waited till they make a successful run. So like if we have another measured top deck, we could maybe do something. Now they can't. The thing is like Maggie plays around measured naturally because she wants to be on overhand sides. Okay. Draw Malapert push. Will he run this? I mean, he will get hurt if he runs this. Maybe we need an event horizon on the server. Or we could pre-advance this. This is our winning ticket with Malapert. We either put the event horizon there, which means that they run the server twice. I think we're now protecting the server. Yeah, and then next time we can do hedge advance Malapert. Or maybe just do advance Malapert, because then if we have the money, we can do advance score win. Yeah, we definitely need the event horizon because the Shaper can get in here relatively cheaply with Revolver. The question is, can he do it twice? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 14 points and 26 on R&D, which is pretty frightening, but that's actually not totally true. It's only 11 points because 3 of them are fake. Cool. Okay. So this on the outside is good because you have to generally consider shooting this. We are a bit poor. But on 3, we can still do credit measured. So the math here gets a bit tense. Sad Saxon without advance. I mean, yeah, you really want to sleep your house going. You definitely want to advance this once per turn, but we had no other option. There's either advance this or put the event horizon. The event horizon will keep it safe. So now they know they can't get through the BOAC easily unless they want to do a simul chip revolver shuffle. Their money is kind of stagnant now because they lost their consistent econ. They also have to figure out how to blink the fly swatter, which like if they do simul chip into SMC, it's a bit expensive. Into Muse is less good now because they lost 3 knickknacks. So they could Pelongi it, but that's like with Rising Tide, I guess that's only 1. That's not bad. I think probably hedge last turn. I'll overinstall Saxzone and just prep the remote anyways. Yeah, maybe we're too little in credits, but I want to be able to be like, look a bit. So we're just ending the run. They paid 3. Oh, okay, interesting. So now they can break all of this. So they BOAC for the full revolver, which costs 4. The fly swatter cost 1. So I think this is overall pretty good for us. There's always a chance this hits like the, what's it called in hand? The creative commission they're trying to play. Because we're on thread, right? So they have to paint this and break this with Rising Tide unless there's something cool to do with simul chip. All right, so we have to have good hits here. Fermenter, Azima, not amazing hits. So now they have to play around measured in 2 different ways. Now they probably know we're not end of the line, which is like why this becomes way more interesting in closed deck lists. Because they have to figure out like, do I draw? You always draw to go to 4 because that beats 2 different things. I forgot that we could event horizon that. Maybe we should have in hindsight, but I think this is okay. This was a button we could hit. No, I don't think we popped it. I totally phased out. Like, I don't even realize we could have fired this, but I don't think we do. Because I think the next thing we jam is just better. Why didn't we use events? I don't know. We probably should have. I was way too much into the tank. Yeah, not using it is better for the future because like they're not going to win in the next turn. So like the next agenda we can jam safely. I should have used chip to draw there. Oh. With Cole? Oh yeah, you can undo that. Yeah, they got to see the card they were going to draw, but they wanted to do the chip now. I mean, them using the chip helps us because they can't lily pad on our turn. And lily padding on our turn is a way that they can be measured. Yeah, now the server is like totally prepped, and all we need is like minimum credits. Okay, so this is good. They couldn't get in there with 3 cards with only 1 chip? Yeah, sure, but it's not going to change this turn, right? Like, we are not going to score the sack zone out any other turn. Yeah. Okay, so they're on 8. They're on a tag. We can't really afford to trash their daily casts. They still have to consider clearing the tag. We could put Malapert in there and click for 2. It puts us on 5. We definitely want to jam something, but I don't know if they're going to be able to run R&D here. Experience just a cred hedge, though. It gives them a window setup. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if it's better to jam the Malapert or not. I think just hedge funding now while we can is probably a bit better. Yeah, kind of sucks. If we had an agenda top deck, we'd be so happy, especially if it was the last sack zone. But what can you do? Stealing the petty cash actually did hurt us. Like, we could have done like hedge fund, clear cast, stuff like that would have been a bit better. Okay. So we have to assume they were on deep dive, and they probably have it by now. We have no event horizons on centrals. We better have a zone for gaining 2 credits. Maybe. It's not a huge difference between clicking for credit. It does get us closer to winning. But like all we have to do is stick Malapert and 1 more agenda. Ideally a grain mail or a sack zone. Because they give us money. Prop. Pretty good against not the server. And like they need to figure out actually how to get a killer down to break this. Because they've played 2 simul chips. 2 muses are in the table. So like they don't have that many ways to move things around. Winchester R&D might be annoying. I think I'm just going to try and win spec work to get rid of a muse, right? Oh, a Plongy. They're still floating a tag, but we can't really want to trash those. We probably lose to a deep dive, but not necessarily. The deck only has 2 real 2-pointers left. But like we definitely want to draw a DRM here or an agenda. We have 2 DRMs. We have like 8 agendas. Hush thrown out. I mean, that's good to play around. Oh, they're playing it. Okay, so that's pretty bad for us. That's the worst draw. Maybe. That sucks a lot. Now, this is still a reasonable sentry, but that hurts. So we have 1 seamless on the list. We can put an upgrade on this. We could advance it. I don't think we have to advance this. Again, if they keep running this, it's going to hurt them. This Malapert no longer matters because we have this in hand, the Myoshu. So we could just advance this once. Next turn, if we top deck a seamless, we can't win. We'll be short a couple credits. So we just need 1 more. Put the other event horizon on, maybe, yeah, but I think, I'm not sure if we need to. Because like ultimately them still running this is very expensive and they have to play around measured. I guess the Malapert could matter for double measured. Hey, Utati, how's it going? How's the event this weekend? But like that's the best we have. The thing is like installing the event horizon is costing us 6 credits and we need that for Myoshu. So like ultimately they still have to deal with this thing. I think we just advance this. So if we do seamless advance, we go down to 6, which means we can't Myoshu. So we just need to get like 1 more econ card. We'll see. But yeah, the second event horizon, like we win not off of making this remote server, we win off of Myoshu. So installing another event horizon costs so much. And the idea is like the more they run this, the more they die to measured. So like you don't have to make it again unrunnable. You just need to make it annoying enough. And it's definitely annoying. They have to break BOAC Fly Swatter, which they can't break either of those with their board state. I came second. Hey, congrats. There's Dublin Mega Cities this weekend. Look at us, both have 23 cards left in our deck. Their MU is also full, but that doesn't really matter. They have 2 dead things. Undefeated on Big Glacier up. Okay, they're going HQ. So if they throw the, what's it called at us? The cup, they could hit the measured. We could res a Biowack for 0. Does that blow them out? I think this blows them out. They have no way to respond. We res this. Lizard blowout? Yeah, I think we do res this when we can. I think we blow them out. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is good. We res Biowack, we drop below measured. Yeah, but I think this is still pretty good. It's just trash as a program, actually. It's not that good, is it? Like, what are we going to trash here? The Hush, probably? It's actually not that good. Is it a good res? Is it? I mean, I don't think it's that good. Yeah, the Hush is the best program, funny enough. Sorry? Right. You can get your petty cash back? Yeah, funny enough, we can, but we're going to trash the Hush, I think. You're right, we can trash the Muse and the Cupulation, but HQ pressure is not that important when we're behind this thing. Okay, so it's trash a program. I'm going to trash the Hush, I think. We'll end the run and then end the run. Yeah, might be the only tide, sure, but they have 3 propeller. So, like, it doesn't really matter that much. They have 1 more Muse, 1 more Simul ship. So, like, this Rising Tide is okay, but we trash the Rising Tide, the propeller will win sooner than later, right? They probably are only on 1, but they probably have 3 propeller for sure. Actually, trashing Muse with the Cup might be the extra 2 credits from Petty Cash. The thing is, we don't need the extra 2 credits from the Petty Cash that fast because we're no longer on winning. Oof. I mean, how bad could this be for us? How is he on 16 credits? Right? Like, we're no longer on measured or Myoshu threat. Technically, we're on Myoshu threat, actually. No, so maybe 2 credits does matter. How does he have this much money? If he installs a conduit, we'll be maybe not happy. It does get a counter, I think. Is it on success or after? I think it's on success. So it won't get a counter. Second DZ. Muse for, I don't know, Hush. Could just get another killer here. Yeah. So that's the 3rd Muse. So there's 1 more Simul chip. Down on 9 credits, but we're no longer threatening measured. We also can score this just to bottom something, which is like not bad. But ideally, when we score this with enough credits to win off Myoshu. They installed a daily cast. I mean, I think we do trash that. They also have a Principia, so they have another factor if they need it. Okay. Conduits on run end? I think that was medium. I think conduits on success. Oh, no, you're right. It's on run ends. Okay. They're both, I think that then. Yeah. Yeah, so they would get the counter if they pull it. Okay, so things that have changed. They installed the daily cast for 8, which means trashing it is fine. We can just do trash credit. I think we're okay with that. If they don't know the list, putting an upgrade in this matters. I'm going to play around as if they do know the list. But like trashing a daily cast seems good. They could be setting up a deep dive with this play, which means an event horizon on HQ is probably the play. But again, we can't really keep cashing these checks. We can't afford them. Oh, so it's backwards medium is on success? You can advance once and then use a tutor to jam above the law the turn after? Oh, and just win? Yeah, we could do Malapert advance. The next turn you do advance, res Malapert jam. That might be fun too. Like there's a lot of different lines you have. I think that might be more realistic than Myoshu because we only have 1 petty cash, 1 hedge fund left for money. So I don't mind that. Do we lose to deep dive? I don't think we do. So I don't think we have to play around deep dive. But if they run HQ, this line doesn't make sense. Oh, LTD will tutor. You're right. Shut up. You're right. LTD can just tutor. Yeah, I was going to do this Malapert, which is way more expensive. Yeah, so that's not right. If this was a Tucana, getting an event horizon on our central cheap would be good. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, this has text. Shut up. Still good. Yeah, so I was going to res the Malapert, use the Malapert for the DRM, and that fails if they run HQ for a deep dive. For as like absurd as their turn 1 was, like this is still a competitive game, which is kind of cool. And that is because BANGUN has good tax. It really does. Can Malapert for money at least? Yeah, you're right. We can Malapert for a hedge fund. We won't have the clicks, but we could do it. We could do it for all right, the sweeping HQ here, we're happy. Funny enough, Irish Nats top cut was 4 Wayland and 4 Shaper, very green. That's as green as it gets. A Shamrock green. All right, 4. I'm using Muster Revolver. They're giving us our money back. They hit a measured, so they can trash that. There's also a chance this Malapert is like, oh, they didn't trash it. Okay, cool. LTD has text on top of the point is unequally. Yes, this card has a lot of text on it, which is exciting. Another Palangi. Okay, so we can play this petty cash. We can install the Tucana advance. They need to run the server. With Malapert, we could go get a seamless, which doesn't really matter if we're on game point. We can let them run this. They have to break this twice. And like they might just break the Rising Tide with Palangi or something like that. But I think we just do advance, score, jam, a 2-pointer. Above the law. Do we res the Malapert? I think we do res the Malapert and we get probably money. Or we could get another measured. I'm not sure. Would Andre last year say that this BANGUN has good text? Yeah, it has really good text. The problem is it loses centrals. Now with Let Them Dream, it's way harder to lose on centrals. So we res this. I think we still do it. Yeah, the seamless doesn't really matter though, because next turn we can do triple events anyways. It's like 1 credit's not going to matter. I think we do it. Like Mags can definitely get in here. It's going to be expensive. The question is, does she die to measured? So I think we go for the hedge fund. Or a petty cash and we discard it, which actually might be hype. I think discarding a petty cash might be hype. I think it's a petty cash. R&D above the law. Can get another LTD with seamless. Oh, that's cool too. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That might be better because they can't win in a single turn. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Hold on. They saw us coming. I mean, they could cut the seamless, but then they just buy a turn. Yeah, so we have enough money. We just have to discard things. It's hard to imagine the Myoshu mattering. Okay. We've told them we can score this. They need to stop us. Gemming LTD and aggro wave feels so good. I know, it's so ridiculous. They've just spent so much money to get into this. And then they still take meat and a tag. And then on top of it, there's just 1 point. So they can't win in a single turn. This card is good. It's really, really good. One must imagine Myoshu mattering? I'm not. We're going to have our beautiful play anyways. Yeah, no, this is good. I like this. So Salsa might have 1 more turn. If they can get a click off of a Biowak and Maskarovka, they could deep dive and maybe steal 4 points. They'd have to get lucky though. Because we only have 2 2-pointers left on the list. They have to find both of them. I think we are here as long as the streamer doesn't forget Event Horizon. Oh yeah, Event Horizon definitely matters this turn. And I generally don't like popping Event Horizon just to trade for 2 points. I like to keep Event Horizon. Like, admittedly, I did not fire it on the turn. I totally forgot, but I don't think we would have. I think people do fire Event Horizon way too early. Because, like, us being on 5 versus 6 points doesn't matter as much as us, like, well, on Myoshu mattering. I don't know. Like, trading an Event Horizon for an agenda that gets you to 4 5 points, sometimes worth it. Not always. So Salsa might have more than 4 clicks here, because I do think they probably have click cheaters in the list. We can theoretically lose to dive if they pull some Illumina Pija Shao. Shenanigans, yeah. They can do something really, really weird with it, where they can get enough clicks. Conduit, they have somewhat limited runs, like Rising Tide breaks us for 1, so maybe. But yeah, if there's something with like Pija Shao, like what can you do? You could put Event Horizon on Centrals and hope. I think not being fired earlier was correct. Yes, yeah. No, I do. Just teasing, that's totally fine. So in terms of what they can do, I don't know. I don't know this deck well. They have one more Simul chip, no more Muses. The other card that can blow out the turn is Illumination. There's one more probably. I think the list probably runs 3s. Saxon would have gone to 6. We had Green Mill before Biowank Res. Sure, but 6 is not good enough, right? We need to get to 7. There's only one more Green Mill in the game. I was playing Big Mags and I really struggled to find a time to get Peach Sean down and deep dive in a game. I think I deep dived once. Were you playing against? Oh, I know you're playing against Wayland because of the top cut. Yeah, no stress. So they have to make it through this, and then they still have to not die to Measured. Again, we do not have End of Line. I think one copy of End of Line in this deck would be such a nice thing to do because people are not playing around it because they assume you not to be on it. Now slots are definitely going to be hard, but like you can definitely use people's, understanding of what this deck is to their disadvantage. So they figure out how to run this twice or install Hush and run. Yeah. Yeah, so they can go and try to get a cup down and steal the Seamless. They've seen the other Seamless, and if they know the list, we're not on 2. But if they do 1 and 5 the Seamless, and mind you, just getting through a Biowack is already hard on its own. That can be bad for them. But yeah, if they buy the Seamless, next turn we just do like advanced credit. Maybe just put another Event Horizon if the math is right. Otherwise, they're between a rock and a hard place. And any way they slice it. No shot running 2x is easier than Hush. Yeah, they have to Hush this, I think. I don't think they can run this twice. I don't think they can break Biowack twice. Maybe they could with Pelongi Rising Tide, but the problem is like they don't have a decoder. Like they need the Pelongi for this. Ooh, last Simul chip. That's good. So they can maybe do it. Even pulling the Hush doesn't help? No, it helps for sure. It saves them a whole run. But the thing, like, they have only 4 killers, so they have to break Event Horizon probably with credits. They have to break this for most of the Revolver, and then they could pay 3 on this, use a bullet, and then they could pay through this. Are they going to have enough cards in hand to beat Measured and enough money? I don't know. Honestly, it's not obvious. Okay, Overclock. I was going to say you pop the Event Horizon right away, but no, Overclock's really good for them. And the thing is, like, if we just grab another agenda, we do the same play that next turn. Maybe we should get on the Myoshu. Honestly, maybe we should have the Myoshu for the Green Mail or the Eminence. That's really funny. So they're going to pay 3. There's nothing we can do here because we can't pop the Event Horizon. So yeah, they're going to pay 3 because they can get through the Biowack. And then they have to fly swat this off of something else. Well thought, Andre. Have you considered using some Metropole splash page as your JNet background? It's too loud. It's like very red. It's very, very bright. It is like the reddest red you can get. I made this brand when I didn't know that much about branding. So it's not very pleasant to look at in a big way. Okay, so it looks like they're going to have enough credits to survive a Measured, and we can't really afford double Measured. Okay, hit it at last Illumination and a Pinhole. Nice. They're in 2 tags, which again, doesn't matter. But if we had End of Line, we'd win the game. Oh, why don't we hold on to the Myoshu? Bummer. The Myoshu might do something here. You think we tempo measured them ever? Do you think we tempo measured? No shot. How are they going to make money? Yeah, exactly. They're still in 4 and they have to keep playing our game. If we kept the Myoshu, I don't know why we threw this out. I was so satisfied. Scordia DRM. Yeah, I think we have to score this and then get DRM for next turn. I don't think we score this. I think we just do install advanced credit. And then next turn we do advance DRM push the last 1-pointer. But there's no reason to do this right now. I don't think. I think we just do this and click for credit. If anything, we could replace the Event Horizon, but we can't really res it. So we could like put something on centrals. Yeah, tempo measured is like definitely an option. But next turn we can do credit, score, jam. If we had one end of the line, we could grab it with Malapert too. Hey, Harpy. You feeling any better? Been a bit out of the loop with the happening in the Netrunner recently. 3D arms is not something I was expecting to see. I mean, when your BANGUN text only matters if an agenda is on the table, it starts to make more sense, and it allows you to grab an agenda with Malapert, which is really quite cool. There's a lot to it, which is nice. Do we have a petty in the bin? No, it would have offered it to us. We searched for one, and then we shuffled it back. We undid our search. So there's one petty in R&D, and I think one hedge fund. So not a lot of money left on the list. Yeah, we found the one that was, we played the cupped one, and then we searched for one with Malapert and then undid click. So if they get through here and then maybe run R&D, they can maybe win. There's two pointers in R&D. But every time they run this, it's like easier for them to be measured, and let alone they can't break either of these BOX. Your JNet background should be your webcam feed stretched out. Yeah, then I actually don't need to keep moving this camera if this is my whole face. I mean, I wish I could do that. There's probably a way to do it. I just don't think this polls for a new background every once in a while. Okay, 10 credits, SMC. I mean, there's some line in which we try and get the spin doctor back. I think we just keep pushing. We just like grind to 7 points. So we're always going to do this. I don't know what we do here. So this we want to push. Here we want to get a card. We definitely score in jam, but I'm assuming with the second SMC they can get there. The question is, do we replace this event horizon? And I think we might. Fetch hedge probably. Yeah, I could see us doing hedged eminent and then just hoping that the measured like connects. So we can get any of these cards. Yeah, hedge seems fine. There's a chance it's a BOAC, but then we don't win. So this always goes in here and they have to run it. Take 2 meat damage and a tag. We're grinder. And then we can either get more credits, which doesn't really matter, or we can put an event horizon on top of this. Which like SMC for Echelon is still going to be a bit slow. They can SMC for a Muse? No, they can't. I don't know how they break this. I think if they run this, we're fine. And then we just keep doing this over and over again. This might not be right. Turn background to solid color, use the green screen filter thingy. The problem with the green screen filter, it will hit every card that's green. Right? Like green screens are good when you can control the environment. So you can make it a blue screen, but it's just really hard. SMC Muse Revolver, but they can only go for the stack for the program, right? So SMC only hits what's not here. So they have to get whatever these 12 cards are. So not very likely. In terms of muses, I think they're all accounted for. Yeah, every muse is on the table. So I don't know what SMC even gets in the matchup at this point. It's like Picha Shao. I guess they're going for deep dive. Yeah, I guess we could have played around that. So they're going to Pelongi this. So they need to hit 2 agendas off the deep dive. Yeah, I guess that's how we lose. I think we should have probably put an event horizon somewhere. Is pure magenta used on many cards? Maybe alternative green screen. The problem is like me, the human, still has to look at the pure magenta screen, which seems deeply uncomfortable. Okay, so it's very likely we lose to this deep dive. They have to hit 2 agendas. There's 4 and 16. They need to hit agenda on top of R&D. No, they can hit any 2, right? Because they have a Peter Sean click. Peter Sean was hard installed. Oh, it was. Okay, yeah, then they have to get... They can't win, right? Yeah, they see 2 points. Yeah, that's it. Okay, close. I thought they did that off the SMC. You're right, but they didn't. So they get to 6, and that's the game. 0 credits too, so we can win off of measured if we want to. GG. A close one. I mean, they had such a buck wild start, and we can still hold on because Bangun's text is like actually that strong. We can do measured seamless advance. Like we can do a lot of different stuff. Yeah, if that came from hand, we were cooked there because there's 3 points in the bin. Just needed 1 more click. Thanks, you too. I mean, this Maggie deck is really good. It is a very competitive deck, which is kind of scary. That's like 70 pile, 70 card pile of shaper value is like good enough. It's kind of hard to play around because they have literally everything. They have like every tech card you'd want, like triple pinhole, Hannah. Maybe if they draw extremely poorly, it's bad, but like a lot of this is just like ratios, right? But like Illumination on turn 1 again gave Legal 6 clicks of very, very obvious value. It's not like they used Illumination to install like stuff that didn't matter. Like everything they installed really, really, really mattered. Oh, Radish, that's you, huh? Hey, thanks for the game. What an absurd Illumination. Damn, turn 1, huh? This is so fun. I remember the days of Bangun has no text and the weird stuff people come up with. Shifting perception is awesome. Yeah, it's like this list, and I know I said this before last week, like why this list is so cool is that it does things that like I don't think, like you have to convince yourself to try. And I think that's like the big learning from this is there might be ideas that are so, like it seems weird to say this, but like there are some ideas in here that seem so ridiculous or too ridiculous even to try. But I'm super glad people did. And I think when it comes to deck building myself, I'm going to keep that in mind, right? Like what deck is going to play 3 DRM? Right? Like who's deciding to do that? And the answer is people figured out something cool here. And you can talk yourself into it backwards, right? I know I mentioned this last week too, but for those who played Argus, a lot of Argus decks back in the day didn't want to play all the 1 point. They didn't want a 1 point max. It turned out not to be really good. And this one is a bit different because 1 point maxing in the remote server actually turns out to be quite good. My contribution was to convince Pelsel to try this. The rest was him entirely. I mean, that's pretty good. That's a good team. I have an answer for the 3x DRM. Sorry? Yeah, it's really cool to see a change. It's really, really neat. I think we're definitely going to play one more, but like, man, I think the thing that gets me with this is like the openings are always so weird because they're so scrappy because you don't generally draw ice. You have this like weird play line with the eminence that are like not super intuitive. You actually get to activate this text, which I think even a couple streams ago we were making fun of this text, but like this text is fine on some board states. This is also kind of interesting, like the 3-2 split, and just say like Tucana is one of your most important cards, and it is. And that's because, you know, you do snowball forward. Like I haven't seen 3 Tucana in a list maybe ever. It's been a while, but yeah, like this card is so key to this deck. Admittedly, this one is too. Like this is a really good Wayland agenda. Hopefully we'll see a bit more of this. I think some op decks are playing this. But yeah, this is like such a good thing because like lose on centrals is what Bangun does, and this helps a heck of a lot. One more. Let's go. I've been playing more of the Bangun that's like more 3-pointers and plays slow and like, you know, put something in the remote server that if you touch it, you will take like 5 meat damage in a tag and then trying to make that a win condition. And this just says that we can do that every turn as much as it's less. Oh, this matchup is, I don't think pretty good for us. I don't think it was good for us. Now, Essa sometimes overextends and then dies to measured. Thanks, you too. Particularly off of like, oh, surprise threat 4. We want to Ice HQ because we ate way too many Chistushkas this last week to feel good about it, but we can't always do that. This hand isn't exactly it though. Yeah, this match was probably pretty bad. Wayland has a slow DRM with pivot, which would be good in that deck. Sorry, Daojin? Yeah, this can't be good. Luckily, we're only on 3 barriers, so we don't really worry about Begamot. Okay, that's better. I don't know if we Ice Archives. Sabo's really solid. Yeah, Sabo's been really good against Wayland. Minstrel's Magulus is the most fun I've had with Netrunner recently. I mean, I could believe that. It reminds me of like Max 99, that sort of idea. Like, here's a pile, figure out how to play it. Which is good, but it's also like, oh, have we turned to Anarch? That was a Fontov game plan. Still learning all these cards in standard. Oh, what's the Fontov game plan? Essa. So Essa has Sabotage. So their ability says when Z takes core damage, we have to sabotage 2. So you just get this built-in multi-axis where like we're going to be discarding cards from our hand or the top of R&D, and those can be agendas. You have some power cards. So like Chistushka is a big one, which Chistushka says run HQ sabotage 4. You have run R&D sabotage, look at 4 with finality. So you do have just like Central's plan. So you're basically trying to be annoying enough and then get enough sabotage that it overwhelms. It's like relatively straightforward as much as like Essa isn't straightforward to play. There's a lot of different pressure off a lot of different servers. Yeah, I think we definitely want to Ice HQ. It's nice to have the planogram. Keeping your hand full is also really good against Essa, so you can sabotage from hand, not R&D. Sometimes from R&D is fine, but I'd rather sabotage from hand, which we know sounds brutal. I mean, yeah, it's like a disruptive deck. If you've ever saw 2012 Noise, it kind of feels like that, where you just force them to discard cards. It's the one deck in the format that can maybe get the deck corporation to deck out, and you can win off of that plan. Pivot is a double that only lets you install after threat 3. It's much worse than DRM here. Yes, it is, but it allows you to get operations, which is like the upside. But yeah, DRM is like very smooth in this deck. It also costs half as much. Okay, Masquerovka remote is fine. I mean, Event Horizon for remote is good too, but I don't like to have it early. So like, I'm not going to do predictive last click because that would be annoying. So I think we can put Green Mail on the table and just say, what are you going to do? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I have an idea for you. You want to use one of your chat wheel options to link to your Patreon? You want me to throw Patreon into the people we play against? I don't know if that's nice. Was that game good? Do you want to give a tip? That is interesting though. The chat wheel is really fun. We're not going to res this. We don't care about this axis. And we don't want to res into the raindrops. Immediately we res this for 1, but then he draws 2 cards. We don't want that. That's actually a really big thing. Even if there's a 1 and 3 on an agenda, ooh, Beganon early means our masks are garbage. That I maybe want to keep a mask in hand. But yeah, the Begamot, at least now the Vent Horizon has text. So I'll get rid of the Seamless and an unknown card. We discarded Seamless and a Bioac. Bioac would be really good. So this card is a bit weird. Admittedly, we don't have any barriers above 3 strength, so the Begamot will deal with everything. Petty Cash is a card we don't play. We sabotage Petty Cash. And then we're down here to 1 card in hand. So we can do advance, score. We want to keep our hand full, but HQ is no longer safe. I think we just want to keep cards in hand. Last bet. I mean, that's fine. That's 2 good sabotage targets and a spin. So we can just score and pass. I don't think we're too worried about it much. Are you running Reanimation Pro to get Bioac? Yes. And also you can just use it to... Wait, no, we're not reanimating... Excuse me. We are not playing Reanimation Protocol, period. It's called aggressive trendsetting, not asking nicely trendsetting. Do write your pitch try to make it a trend. Thanks, Wendy. We cook the Scream Man while we score a payoff? We find a score payoff. I mean, that could be fair. I don't think they were going to do much. We could have left it on the table. Yeah, like now would be way better if we drew our Tucana. So I think letting it chill might have been correct. I think putting the Spin Doctor behind this Masquerade is kind of fine. Protecting a Spin Doctor in the matchup is really important because then sabotage becomes something you can control. I'm going to try not to play these petty caches because I don't want to. But yeah, putting the Tucana on the table would have been way better off that green mail. So I think straight scoring was probably wrong. All right. Okay, Bioac is really good. If they face check into Bioac, it's brutal. The thing is, like, we're not really forcing them to interact here. This is not real ice, right? What kind of agendas we were running? So Penn State, this is the deck list of the week that the NWE folks played and won Mega City Lille. So it's on the front page of the NRDB. It has 13 agendas, none of them bigger than 2 points. So it's all about putting stuff on the table. They discarded a finale into an open HQ. Sorry, R&D, and they have 2 Begamots. Okay, that's perfect. That's what we want. So again, I'm still not gonna play the petty cache. We could probably just play 1 here, I'll be honest. They can't really beat this with Botulus. Purging the Fermenter is not bad. They have a daily cast though. I think we just push this. I think we do install advance, and I think we'll advance it 1 more time. I mean, we'll just play 1 petty cache. Because we already have 2 sabotage from hand, no problem. Yeah, purging and pitching petty was fine. Purging Fermenter for 3 is like pretty good, especially because their money is not amazing, but they have a cast coming in. If they had no cast, we probably would purge. Next turn, we can consider purging Pinhole. Interesting. So they get a 50-50 here. It's either the Ducana or the Spin Doctor. My guess is it goes for the Spin Doctor. If they trash the Spin Doctor for 2, I don't think we're super upset. I'd rather have the Tucana than Spin Doctor. They touch the Saxon? No, we can just hurt them. I'm not going to hurt them. I was like, wait, did they touch that? No. Yeah, they trash the Spin Doctor. That's fine. We have 2 cards we're happy to sabotage. Checking archives, cool. Mind you, if there's something in here, we could have Spin Doctored it back. So like this seems like a pretty low value run. What? I guess, yeah, that didn't matter. That was weird. Okay, now they're running last click. That makes way more sense. Okay. Yeah, so Gus Dunking down. So we have to sabotage too. Funny enough, they could be on threat here and just die to measured, which like some of the Essa decks are a bit aggressive. That happens. I think we're happy just to purge here. We're not going to do immediate damage. Cool. Next turn, we'll install Malapert, advance this. Not advancing this is expensive, but they don't have money and they'll lose to measured. We can discard an Event Horizon from hand, I guess. Does Fly Swatter have to kind of purge the Fermenter only if it's during a run? Because Fly Swatter says only if it's res during a run on this server. So if they run the Tucana server and you put the Fly Swatter on this server, it purges. But if you score, it doesn't. In fact, almost none of the ice that has like on res effect works unless it's on a run during the run on that server. So you have to be a bit careful. All right, we have measured. So sabotage, we don't care. Their money is getting there. I think we just install this. We could draw once. We definitely advance this. We can install the Malapert. For the Malapert, we're probably going to get a DRM. So I think we can power draw. That's really good. And we'll put this in server 2. So next turn we can do advance DRM, get another agenda here, go for an eminent. Even just putting a big sentry on archives is scary. So we'll get rid of 1 and a random. So there's one only point in archives. If they touch it, we're fine. R&D for single, surprising. Well, there's only one card here, so it's like 50-50. They keep on doing the clicks. I think they're just running the wrong server. Yeah, okay. No, we want to score. So they have 1 point. This is a 1-pointer for them. There's no 3-pointers, so they're not going to go from 1 to measured. Yeah, see, Flythwater says when you res this ice during a run against the server. So if Tucana fires during a run, yes. Otherwise, you can't just like fun purge. So we have a bunch of triggers here. So we're going to do res, advance, score. So we're going to do Tucana to go get an ice. We can put it anywhere. The server's looking pretty good. I don't actually know how they break a BOAC. They have to like hard play a revolver. And even then, that's like kind of expensive for them. So I think we just want to get an ice on archives is my guess. Event Horizon is like, they're not going to play run events running archives. But the thing is like our ice is like maybe Fly Swatter is the best because it requires them to have an answer to this. Winchester doesn't hard end the run, but has text. Mind you, if you have to worry about tracing. But I think a Fly Swatter on archives is like not bad. We could also just push for this remote server and say the next Tucana will be on archives. And I think that's also kind of reasonable. So let's put Event Horizon on server 2 for 1 credit. This is a bit maybe too much. And we lose on Centrals more than we lose on the remote server. Because I do think they have no interest in running this. So this might be a bit too much. So we'll go for a DRM. And then we have to sabotage 1. Right. Event Horizon on HQ is actually not bad. Because it plays around Chistushka. We haven't seen one yet. So that actually might be wrong. I think this might go here. Yeah, I don't think I like where we put this thing. I'm okay trashing from the top. It's a seamless. That's fine. And then we'll DRM. And we'll go get an Eminent. And when we score this, we get 2 ice. So next turn we score this, we get a big old BOAC, and then we can get whatever else we want. Yoshi might have been better to fetch. Oh man, if we had Seamless, we're very close to winning off of Myoshu. I mean, I don't think we need a Myoshu now. Yeah, I don't know. Man, like this is so strong. Like Tucana, Eminent, Malpert gets us 3 cards from our deck. Reses 2 of them for free, adds 1 to hand. Very, very strong combination. Like this is such a snowball engine. Notably, you can also use Eminent just to grab Spin Doctor if you need to. It doesn't have to be a card that costs credits, but you can search for a spin. Okay, Botchless on Mask is fine. This means they want to go for Chistushka, which, yeah, if they Chistushka run archives, they die usually. So we're not going to res this because it gets broken for 1. So we have to sabotage 4 cards. So I think I can do 1 Fly Swatter and 3. The Fly Swatter looks pretty good into the deck though. So there's only 1 point in archives. They're running hot, so that's more sabotage. So they are going to be checking archives. So they always do it not last click and click the fermenter. I'm okay just to take more sabotage here. So now if they run archives, they could die to measured. Yeah, I think I'm not respecting HQ enough. So they're in 4. They have 4 hand size. 5 credits. So we top deck another measured, we win. No, okay. Okay. So things we can do. We can score this out to grab another measured. They have to play the whole game against another measured. We get the Malapert for the measured. We get a Tucana to get an Event Horizon. Are they all spoken for? 1. All the spoken for. Annoying. So we can get a Winchester on HQ, I guess. And we can get a... Well, I guess we get a BOAC on HQ and a Winchester on archives. Yeah, they got to 4 pretty free. I think we could have slowed down against them. I'm overextending a bit into SS recently. I think we install Event on HQ and slow push. Yeah, maybe that's a bit better. Because we don't have to score this. We can even put spin on the table. If we install spin and res spin and draw a measured, we win. So I guess we could start there. How many steel skins have we seen? How many strike funds? 1 of each. So we can install spin doctor and res. And if we draw a measured, okay, that's fine. So we're going to play around Chistushka. We have another spin in hand, which is good. We can discard some cards, no problem. So I think we can advance this once, which means we can play a DRM off of this. It's hard for us to lose in a single sabotage. There's only 2 real 2-pointers. Winchester on HQ surely better than no? This has the hard end the run, so it can actually just beat, what's it called? Chistushka. So this is a sabotage of another running hot. Okay. We might just want to go straight for the deck, considering we have a spin doctor. But they're down to 3 hand size. Yeah, you see, this is why we do the Event Horizon. So we can pop this. They won't make a successful run. We could also let a Sabotage 4 go through. It's not likely we lose to it. Funny enough, this has 2 subroutines on it, so they actually have to pay 3. Oh, I meant over BOAC. Oh, 3 subroutines batters on BOAC, I think. So they're on 3 hand size. If we allow them to make a successful run, I guess they can crack Fermenter. Yeah. Yeah, we can let them in for success, but then they just crack Fermenter and we can't do double measured. So I'm not sure if it's what we want to be doing. It's just Fermenter that costs us. Okay, they made a successful run anyway, so if they don't crack Fermenter, that we win. We win. Yeah, they had to crack the Fermenter. They're on threat 4. So yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, this card you need to be playing around the whole time. A good game. I don't think I like how we played that. I think we could have let way less sabotage through. I think we just need to slow down. I think this happens, and like I'm not familiar with our opponent, but a lot of times the ESA players, particularly if they're like a newer player or they're newer to ESA, they over-index on centrals and they never contest the remote server. I do want to say our remote server looked pretty good, but there's a big chance that just the BOAC here and 2 upgrades, they would have just avoided it entirely, let alone the BANGUN text. And then we can put the Event Horizon on HQ to never get Chastushka, and we can put something on Archive so they can't even check easily. At that point, then they kind of fall apart. But I do feel like every time we play against ESA, we sabotage a bit more than we need to. And I do think that we only ate 1 Chastushka. A lot of that was they played 2 Running Hots, Ghost Tongue, and Marrow. But yeah, they cracked the Fermenter there on 8 credits, so they can't die to this. But like, you have to play around this if you're playing against Wayland for sure. The downfall of ESA players everywhere poking centrals randomly and dying. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people, this is the thing that was like the same with Noise and also the same with ESA, where like I'm always hesitant to let new players like pick up the game and play ESA, because I do think a lot of times ESA can cause you to have really bad play patterns where like you just kind of, you know, bet the whole farm on like, oh, they sabotage enough cards off of R&D that I can win. And admittedly, like sabotaging off the top of R&D is the same as like touching the top of R&D. And a lot of new players over-index on touching too many cards on top of R&D, as opposed to like, you know, playing the board and playing the game. They just like go for slap shots. And if you're going to go for slap shots, I think I'd rather play Mercury, but I think it's harder for the corporation to play against ESA well. But yeah, just be careful as a newer player. And I'm not saying that they are. It's just like a lot of times I have to remember on JNet, the amount of pressure you get on centrals is usually like 10% of what you'd expect it to be. And so you over index on this, and I need to just like put 2 ice on HQ and they'll never Chastushka you. I think ESA needs to avoid core damage beneath 3 hand size in this matchup. Yeah, in this matchup, there's a big reason to stay on 4. They were on 4 last turn and then they can survive it, but then they still died a double measured. So like, it depends on your money. If they just cracked the Fermenter, they would have been totally fine there. The biggest adjustment to make here is being more protective of Seamlesses. That's usually my best card in any deck it's important into. Yeah, we did throw out a Seamless on turn 1, and there was a couple turns in the mid game where Seamless actually would have helped us a heck of a lot. Because we have these like click compressed scores, and then we can jam the next thing. I threw out our Seamlesses, and like we don't need them, but they're so good. Like we spend influence on them. You're right. I'm not sure I've been feeling it playing against Wayland. It seems like nowadays the Wayland is a score and kill deck, which we could get like a Blasky card. Wayland has always largely been a score and a kill deck. That's like their thing, right? They're the, we're going to blow you up. We want to, you know, alert the press that one of the buildings that was destroyed was one of our buildings. So like, we're not the bad guys. That's just how Wayland is. I think you don't really need a Plascrete. I'd be very surprised if we get a hard Plascrete replacement in this game. There's a lot of other things that are like Plascrete that you can play if you want to, right? They're generally a bit more elegant and a bit more interesting cards. So like stacking enough steel skins, does it work? Yeah, sometimes. Stacking enough strike funds, does it work? Yeah, sometimes. Does ESA have access to a bunch of hand size stuff, like just play Marrow? Oh my god, yes. And then in theory, ESA could never die to this. In Criminal, you have Class Act, you just have money. In Shaper, you have Stone Chip. Like you have a lot of things that are not as brute force as a Plascrete, but they're much more interesting than Plascrete. So like I hear where you're coming from because you played back in the day, but also like the big difference between Measured and Scorched is it can't happen on turn 1. So you don't need to reach for the Plascrete as quickly. T400 is underrated. You can play T400. It's okay. It's hard to find a slot for that in any deck that cares about doing things on tempo. I do think I've seen some ESA decks play it though. But I do think the ESA decks that were playing it were also ESA decks like playing Hermes. And mind you, even in ESA, you have access to like the crash space or whatever it's called, hacker space. And the hacker space is another thing that you could play. And then maybe you don't have to play Marrow. And this also gives you +2 hand size. So there's a bunch of things you can do. Yeah, and for what it's worth, like I do think the game's in a much better place as opposed to being like, oh, hard bullet, oh, I just lose the game. They play Plascrete for 3 credits and they made their deck worse, as opposed to like, okay, if they installed the class act for this turn, they're hard to kill. And then the idea is like, okay, if I run the remote server in Bangun, I might take 2 damage and lose the class act, so I have to play it first. Like that stuff is way cooler to me, if you ask me, than like play Plascrete, win the game. Might be going to my first physical tourney. Hey, Tommy boy. I'll be startup. Anybody got good info content on the current situation in that format? Unfortunately, no, I don't. And I don't know which way to point you to. Lucy is like one of the big startup people. She's right now at her locals in the UK, so she's not in chat, but she usually is in chat. So maybe Lucy will leave a message. I don't know. I know nothing about the startup format. I know nothing about that modern startup meta. What I can tell you about going to your first physical tourney, that's what I can tell you about. It's a startup tournament, so it's not going to be like a super hardcore event where it's like 2 days of, you know, Swiss and Top Cut, so it's a bit different. But we have a video on this channel that I probably should redo one in some point in the future, which says like Métropole Grid going first tournament, something like that. I think I did this in preparation for Worlds back in 2022. Big tournament advice. And so like the basic thing here goes through like all the things that you should do when you go to a tournament, which is like bring extra sleeves. Bring some water and some snacks and maybe an Advil because it can get loud depending where you are. Between rounds, before the round starts, count your deck. So like I pile shuffle, and because you're playing 49 cards usually as a corp and 45 for the runner, it's easy not to have to count every card, but just do piles of 7 or 5. And then when the last card hits the last stack, you know that you didn't walk away or someone walked away with your agendas, stuff like that. That sort of stuff is like really, really important for going to new tournaments. But the big thing is just like, why is this glass warped? I think that's just how the art is. That's not like weird warping. Yeah, I'd recommend that. But like for a startup tournament, it's going to be chill. So just like go and have fun. I think a big thing is like your expectations. If it's your first tournament, my expectation of my first tournament is just like meet nice people, right? Importantly too, if you go to your first tournament and say you're not a particularly competitive player, you're going to lose your first round very likely. But luckily the way the tournament structure works is only round 2, you'll also be paired against someone who lost their first round. And so your day will get more competitive, at least for your level, as the day goes on. So just watch out. If you get blown out round 1 and be like, wow, I don't know what I'm doing, that's okay. Everyone gets blown out round 1. Half the people do. And then the round 2 and round 3 and round 4 will be better for you. That's what I recommend for sure. Sometimes you can get a buy, so do be prepared. If it's single-sided Swiss, you have like 40 minutes just to hang out. If there's an odd amount of people, you get a free win, but you have to just like sit. So either walk around and watch games or bring like a book or something. But that's like mostly it for sure. Make sure you know what your cards say. Oh yeah, and maybe the most important thing is like, remember you can call a judge, and there's like 700 reasons why you should and can call a judge. Notably, if you have any questions on what rules is, call a judge before you do something. If you want to know what a card text says, you can call a judge over. They can show you the card text. And for any reason, if you're uncomfortable, if you want to know where the bathrooms are, food recommendations, if you think your opponent was rude to you, you can call a judge over. You don't have to be confrontational. You can be like, judge, and you say, hey, can I ask you a question? You can step away from the table. They'll give you a time extension, and you can be like, hey, I have this question. There's this and this. I'm feeling uncomfortable, and they can do something for you. The judges are there not to give out game losses, especially I'm assuming startup is casual. They're there to make sure everyone has an equitable, like, fun time. So that's my recommendation. But unfortunately for startup meta, I don't know any content. Startup Netrunner 2026. It's not a format I've played. Mind you, the standard format is small enough in 2026. It doesn't feel like you really need to play startup. Like standard and startup are very close in card pool. So there's not a lot of content for it, unfortunately. Calling a judge a free interrupt action, so use it aggressively. We're friends. Yeah, the judges want to talk to you, honestly. They get bored. Hackerspace got a kind of harsh review. Well, Hackerspace is okay. I think we saw like Tuno and a bunch of folks playing Hackerspace with Hermes Essa, and I think there's probably a deck there. But like this card, unfortunately, is not as fun as it wants to be. It looks like a really fun card, and then you play it, and it's like kind of clumsy. New tournaments, I always recommend bringing something to do in case you get a buy. Yeah, exactly. If it's hard to hang out for 50 minutes, so bring a book, or you can just watch the tables quietly. That's fun too. It's super casual, I think. I'm quite experienced in MTG competitive play, so I'm mostly looking for Netrunner specific stuff. Oh, okay, bummer. Well, most of that stuff's not gonna be a surprise. Just count your deck. For Netrunner, that's mostly it. Just count your deck, bring extra sleeves. I've got blindsided by new players in round 1 of tournaments before. They tried to install Smartware Distributor off of a Seb trigger, and that was the day I learned it was connection. Dude, the same thing happened to me. I played a startup tournament like last 2 years ago or something, and I was playing against a player with a small card pool. It was startup, and they installed Smartware off of Seb. I'm like, you can't do that. And I'm like, oh my God, you can do that. And then also like giving Seb Man, for a while when startup was like Arasana, Seb, and Mercury, like what a strange collection of identities to give to a newer player. To be like, oh, you're finding the game out. Welcome to startup. Your options are one of the most complicated runners for understanding the timing structure of runs, which still people playing standard don't fully understand. And then Sebastian, which like also Sebastiao is so difficult to play. What a weird startup format that was. Current startup is pretty small because core decks and upgrade them with Vantage Point if you want. Yeah. You can also look at recent tournament results to see if people posted their deck list. Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, we can actually just look for startup decks. So if you go to search, you can go to startup. We can just hit search. I think. So a lot of these, oh, I forgot to shout this out. Lunari posted this. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a ton. Chenchling played something last month, which is cool. This is on the West Coast of America, but it looks like there's some decks here, so people are playing. I want to say that Lunari wrote this article a couple weeks ago. We forgot to shout this out. But this is introducing the Netrunner core battle box. So this was posted on Card Gamer, which is a website that Lunari writes for. And what this is was like basically making a battle box of pre-constructed Netrunner decks that just use System Gateway and Elevation, so the core format. And there's a whole bunch of lists. I think you can build all of them maybe with one card pool. I'd have to double check. The link for this will be in the description. I haven't played any of these, so I can't say like if this is fun or good or balanced, but they're definitely a great starting point. You get to see some weird numbers like Topan 47. There's a lot of 3-ofs that maybe you wouldn't play 3-ofs, but it is a small card pool for sure. So the goal is to show Anarch Doom rigs. So we have Buzzsaw, Echelon, Rising Tide, and we don't have any of the like strength support besides Leech, so that could get there for sure. A lot of events for a Topon list, but small card pool. I mean, you have to play what you have to play. There's a 48 card Moosely hot deck, which can make sense again if you want to get your ratios up for run events and programs or icebreakers. It has 3 red team, which like maybe that's a small card pool thing, but you don't often play this when you have to play a lot of runs, and a lot of runs we have. I guess is not one single card pool because yeah, there's multiple creative commissions. So this is the sort of thing where you have to deconstruct, reconstruct, unless you buy multiple copies. So that answers that. 3 maintenance axes is also pretty wild. 1 Docklands. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of these, and it has, I think, I don't know if it's every identity, but it should have one for every faction at a minimum, and they all seem to be different things. Like here's Elio Glacier, here's Nebula full fast events, here's Shell Game PT instead of playing a Yuko, which is cool. It's a very cool thing. So I haven't played any of these. I'm assuming they're neat. Again, a lot of this is not to make the most powerful decks if you're in standard looking at this, but it's more so to make like interesting things that show off like, oh, this is really an HB deck. This is really, you know, something else. Probably be going with a mate, so just bird his match if I have the buy or finish early. Yeah, that'll do it. If you finish early, you also find out, and I can't tell you about your meta, but a lot of times sitting at the table and talking to your opponent is like a good way to pass the time. Hey, sorry, Amon. I played startup recently, was a bit cursed, but still never. What a review. Was a bit cursed, but still Netrunner. No Seamless is a really big deal. Yeah, they banned Seamless recently. So I don't even know like the startup ban list off the top of my head, but they have a really interesting ban list. They always seem strange, but then they like make a lot of sense to me. Please tell the Neb builds a remote. No, of course it doesn't. There's no shop that Neb builds a remote. No, there's 3 nano management, 3 petty cache. It's not building a remote server. It has bigger picture, but it doesn't have any way to proactively give a tag besides ice, which is interesting, right? Like it's not on public trail retribution, which you could be. Maybe an advice for folks new to tournaments is that expect some opponents not to be in conversational, playful mood. Sometimes that might just be having a hard time or just the way they are. Oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I think that's a good shout out. I'm not super pleasant to play against at tournaments, I don't think. Like I think I'm focused, I'm quiet. I'm not joking around too much. Unless it's against somebody I guess I know really well. The Battle Block things look super nice. We'll definitely check it out. Yeah, I'll have a link to this in the description, but this is a lot of work that went into it. So shout out not only for making this, but also like putting this on the internet so other people can see it. And it's a pretty approachable battle box. I know like this is a thing from so many other games and even a lot of card games I play. Like Marvel Champions, the majority of people only play pre-constructed decks. And luckily that game comes with pre-constructed decks, but like there's for some people, like I only play Doomtown largely with precons. And so like finding good precons that are balanced against each other is like the way that I can participate in games. So this is pretty important. The Regoliths get installed straight in archives. Wait, it has 3 Regoliths? Are we building a remote server? Oh my god, yeah, Regoliths straight in archives. I think you're just meant to discard them. Yeah. I guess it is building remote. In tournaments, I really just want to play my rounds, conversations for between rounds. Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of like that. I just don't think I come off of it that nice. Meanwhile, my thoughts when playing Neb, nice. It'll give me an extra click to build my prison faster. I mean, that's an extra click for your Regolith, isn't it? I can mention Marvel Champions. I got Fear No Evil yesterday, and Hammerheart is hard. Oh, really? I think Hammerheart might be the easiest in the box for me, but I play a lot of protection stuff, and he does hit hard. I think Bullseye is terrifying. Man, Bullseye really gets me. On the System Gateway BGG posting file section, someone who printed these also made a 40-page document with little cheat sheet cards so you can print and play the whole thing. Oh, cool. Hey, Garcia. Yeah, I'm assuming this list too, like, because these lists were online. So this is like what Lunari links to. You can go, if you don't know, and I haven't done this, is if you go to the bottom, you can hit print and play, and it will make you a print and play document that you can just print this. So even if you're just watching at home for some reason and you haven't played Netrunner, you can just print this out straight from Netrunner DB. So as easy as can be. I think I was talking to Leah this weekend. Leah was one of the big people working on this, which is sick. Shout out to, mind you, we did some America's mega cities, excuse me, this last weekend. Leah did a lot of commentary for that. But yeah, you can just print this stuff out. I was playing Protection. It was multiple games and multiple attack treachery cards. Oh, okay. If you're playing Ronin, you have the card that readies you. The Ronin archetype has that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't mind. I like Hammerhead. I think Hammerhead's actually one of my favorite in the box. He's pretty straightforward. Okay, let's do one more and then we'll talk about a bit about mega cities, I guess. Like we had a mega city this weekend. The problem is like the mega city results matter because like buys matter and we saw some interesting stuff, but like the meta is technically already over. So it's like not super hype, but there were still hype games, if you know what I mean. But we'll just do one more of this, then we'll talk about mega cities and then we'll probably try some other bangooning. Yeah, Joel, we'll be back on Friday talking about Marvel Champions, but like I'm not sure I like the campaign in that box, which pains me to say it. I don't know if it's good. Hey, it's Remanons in chat. Lou 40. All right. So this hand has a lot of fire, 2 measures, and a sack zone. Sack. Oh, they still got the stream on. Our hand is 5 bites. He's never gonna see it coming. Didn't see any. No stress. Good luck. Have fun. I mean, we're probably going to mulligan this anyways. You, in theory, could against Lou just like do Massacre of Kazakh Zone push. And actually, let's try that. Like, breaking a mask on turn 1 is not always a given. Lou either has to present a Rising Tide, a Boomerang, or a Botulus. And even all of that, you take the damage. It's aggressive, but like... Oh, I meant to keep! I wanted to keep that hand! I wanted to keep that hand! This is twice it's happened where I go to keep and I hit the mulligan button, or vice versa. That hand was kind of fun. Can I undo that? Because this hand sucks. I mean, we can jam behind a Winchester, but like this doesn't end the run. I feel like adding 2 modulars to the counter deck is too many for consistency. Really? This time around, they're only adding like 10 cards to the deck. So it's not a lot. Tragic mulligan. Yeah, I know that hurts. Oh, we have the Spin Doctor into Eminent play. Okay, hold on. Watch this kickflip. It's not particularly good, but you can do this. So check this out. So he kept. You can res this. You can Eminent the Winchester to get a res on HQ for 1 credit, which like feels cute. It's not an aggressive start, but like, I mean, it lets you do this. Huh? The cool thing is that we played a hedge fund, so the Spin Doctor is not totally garbage. If we had anything that we could jam in the remote server, we probably would have done that. Because this is not good on a remote server. This is our one only central ice, but we want some central pressure against or defense against Lou. Yeah, Eminent has stacks. It's cool. Yeah, exactly. This is not, if this was an end the run, we might have just pushed on the remote server. But at least like this is 1 credit Winchester and it plays around Hermes, which he's probably on if he's playing like a meta Lou deck. So running archives here gets the shuffle back in. So running R&D with, you know, 5 points fewer in it, I don't feel bad about that. In theory, you're looking for trash, I guess, with Lou. I guess we found it. So measured out. I mean, I'm happy not to draw that, so. Spin first? I don't think so, because he doesn't have time to do this. And if he does, like, whatever. Okay, so we need an ice. The deck has 11 more ice, I think. Oh, God. Oh, I need help. Oh, we can't do anything here. Oh, this hurts. We literally can't play these cards. It's so bad. Okay. And so all 3 agendas face up. I mean, if we had 3 clicks left here, I would. Like, it might have been fine to install Let Them Drink Green Mail on the table, but like, you just go for the green mail. I don't want to install the green mail face up because Lou, I mean, we're on a 40 card Lou deck. Let's just try this. I think I installed the Let Them Dream face up because green mail can go from hand. But like, otherwise we're discarding too many cards. I guess we just discard a Seamless and an agenda. Yeah, that's probably a bit better. Yeah, that sucks. Put the green mail down. It might be right. Rain drops into the Winchester, so we're tracing. Good raindrops run, actually, kind of cool, especially after this like cursed opening. So trace 4 for program, so we're gonna draw a card. Yeah, if you're gonna install naked agendas, you do want to put 2 down. The thing is, like, we don't have 2 agendas we can score out. This is more card draw, and it's very likely we steal an agenda. So we can pay a lot of money to make this unrunnable. Otherwise, we could bounce on this. You're paying 3 to get a successful run. I can't pay money off of this. I'd have done 2 Eminent face up turn 1. What are they gonna do? Oh wow. We didn't have 2 Eminent. Sorry, Thumbs? Yeah, we need 2 agendas we can score next turn. Maybe with the Seamless we could. But like Saxon you don't want to put because it's not a 1-pointer. You'd have put these 2 on the table. But like a best case scenario, we draw a piece of ice and say like Fueno with 1 credit. I mean, we drew a lot off that run. It was a good run. They're still going R&D. Again, we do lose on Centros, but like there's so much more value on the table. Also, the fact that we haven't done anything kind of tells you our hand is cooked. Paladin Fermenter. Okay, cool. Oh, draw 3, find ice. Yes, not the ice we want, but the ice we have. Kind of good into Fermenter, so we just have to do it. We're gonna discard a Seamless here again. So we install the Tucana and then green mail on top of it if they do or don't run this. That's probably a bit better. I mean, I don't think they're getting through the Winchester now. They've installed a Fermenter, so HQ is relatively safe. But next turn we can green mail a Tucana and just get some ice on the table. Cooked or cooking, I mean, it's good that we have a Winchester, let me tell you that. Early 20 is good because they have 2 companions, so Tide is here. They face check into this. Still running R&D. Is the email on your YouTube still the correct way to contact you? Yeah, Justice, how's it going? Should be Metropole Grid at Gmail. I don't check the email too often, but enough. But I do miss emails. Just gotta check. I hope it didn't come back to end of turn discarding Seamless action. Jai, we did 2 turns in a row too. It's been good. Okay, I think we're just gonna score this out to get ice on the remote server. We're gonna ignore our R&D. If we want to run R&D over and over again, you can. That was also a double run with twinning, right? So we were taking agendas out of the deck. So green mail first, Tucana. Obviously we can break barriers. The Event Horizon is going to be annoying enough, but we don't have the money to break the Masquerovka twice. The thing is, like, the remote server, I don't want any of these on the remote server. Like, BOAC, you can, in theory, not res. You can also res it to, like, res it with the green mail. But I think actually the Fly Swatter is probably good. Yeah, I think we'll just do Fly Swatter in server 2. It doesn't purge. Average to upcut chord hand. I mean, like, we're going to be jamming next turn. Like, we just do Sax on Advanced Hedge Fund. We're okay. Yeah, it might be okay to just grab the BOAC for sure, because you can. So you grab the BOAC, you install it, you res it, you actually make money. Because the green mail forfeits, you get 4, you res the BOAC for -13. So you actually do print money. I did see email to replace. Oh, excuse me, then I'll check. Sorry. Lizard was the way, yeah, it might have been the Lizard, I could see it. It's nice to also keep the Fly Swatter because of the Tucana, so if they steal on a run, you can get that fast purge, but we have 1 more Fly Swatter. Okay, now we're running the Spin Doctor, so now the R&D runs are a bit better. I think we're going to put the points back because we're assuming they're on Hermes, so we don't want to leave stragglers. BOAC is a sick play. It is a sick play, but like the face check on the BOAC is what I want usually. Yeah, Hermes, okay. So now R&D is a bit scarier. Notably, they can bounce the Event Horizon. Not a huge Hermes. If there's nothing to bounce that's like really valuable, I would try not to fire the twinning and just keep this for a turn where like the bounce actually really matters. Because this turn we just do install Event Horizon, Sax on Advance, and it's like the same thing. Because like having this where the Hermes actually does matter, against this matchup it's a bit less obvious because you can't bounce the agendas. But like you don't always have to multi-access when you can multi-access. They did steal a 2-pointer from Arc. Oh, they're going back? Oh, because they trashed a spin. This is an unknown card. Man, they really like R&D. Again, if there's a bite there, it's like GG. Against the expected Bangun list. Yeah, maybe the BOAC is right because I mean, I don't know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like there's only 9 points and 30 on R&D. And for our opponent, it is 8 points and 30. It's like hard for them to win off of R&D. Fencer's angry. Fermenter Purge might make some sense here. And next turn we could Purge and throw a cash, which is not bad. We want to just keep pushing forward. I think one measured was trashed. Yeah. And one spin was trashed. So we only have one more spin doctor for the last measured. But like, even if we score, we can get an ice on R&D and just say like Tucana, get a Bioac or something. Still going for singles here. Oh no, this always scares me. I'm like, what? They hit another one? Oof, Eminent, so they can bounce this remote server. Okay. So then 3 points. Spencer's angry and Paladin's angry. They're not on threat yet. There's not a lot of points left in R&D. That was a very fortunate single. They've gone for a lot of singles though. Like to some extent, we might want to just play around their playstyle, which is like they're going for singles. So we should respect that by like icing up R&D. But I think here, okay, so now the purge, oh, that's good. So if we purge, next turn to be on 2 credits, they can run them remote server. Sack Zone goes through, Tucana goes through, probably. They're on game point. If the Fermenter goes through, they're on 12, and that's probably a bit worse for us. So like, ugly. If we purge, we have to discard Petty Cash, which is fine, but we have to discard another card. We score the Sack Zone, we get a Tucana, and we get no Hermes, we still discard 2. I mean, that might be okay. They could honestly be fine. Yeah, it could be fine. Discard LTD for the measure threat? Yeah. Yeah, it might be okay to discard that. I'm not sure what we're meant to do here. So we can score the Sack Zone, discard 2. They whiffs the Hermes, which is nice. We get a Tucana fire. Tucana could go get something big for R&D. We could also just get a Maskarovka, which costs them real credits. He paid for the Fencer as well, so he's deeper down the hole. I don't mind getting that. I think Petty Advance, install Event Horizon. Petty Advance, install Event Horizon. Yeah, it makes the Event Horizon look like a Bioac. We get blown out by a triple twinning really bad, because if he steals a point here and is pulling this, but then he maybe dies to just like this measured. I mean, the Fermenter seems like all the money he has that I really want to purge, but then he gets through here. Like that was a really, really good Hermes. If the Hermes didn't have fire here, we were happy with 2 ice and we can just purge no problem. But I think if he goes to 12 credits, we have an issue because he's played no money. I think if we let them click for 10 of Fermenter, we can't ever win. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we can let the Fermenter go through. So I think if he takes a Sack Zone, he takes the Sack Zone. We'll try that. Obviously, this remote server is known, but it fires Tucana and it puts on threat. The thing is, we're on threat 5, so single run R&D loses. I can't believe we keep going R&D. If we fire this, he has 1 fewer card in hand. But if this goes through, we probably lose. Like if he steals a 2-pointer here, we lose. The thing is, there's only 1 2-pointer in 28. That might have been right, the damage there. He's trashing with Lou, which is nice. We have no more spin doctors, so we have no more recursion. Yeah, the meat damage isn't better than the score, but I think he's going to run this. Anyone play Star Wars Unlimited? How good is it? No, Daniel, I know I don't. I know Vicetron, who does Netrunner content, has been getting more into it and put out some like cool Star Wars Unlimited stuff on YouTube. If you search Vicetron. Yeah, I think like if he runs this, we might as well pop the Sack Zone to do the 1 damage. Because then he'd be down on 3 cards in hand after this, as opposed to 4. It might have been right to pop it. Because I don't even know if we score it next turn. It might have been okay to take the counter off of it. Because I'm assuming he swings here. I think we did 1 damage, they just don't run the Sack Zone. Yeah, but that's fine for us too, right? I think we're okay either if they don't. Like, if he doesn't run, I think we're happier. Game Dragon, that's pretty greedy. 2 Strength Rising Tide, I guess, matters. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I guess we are losing it. So if we top deck a measured, which is not likely. Yeah, I guess the Sack Zone damage would be okay. We do get a Fire Tucana here, which shuffles. We have to keep in mind. So I guess we wanted to keep the Game Dragon. So we lost a Sure Gamble and a Twinning. We're on threat. So we want to thin the deck no matter what. Lou's already fired. So I think we go for a Maskarovka. So if he draws once, we need a top deck a measured, and we can get there with petty cash. There's only one measured in the deck, though, so it's not likely we win. I think we cooked it. Yeah, if we did one more damage, this play doesn't work, because he can now draw to 4. Yeah, we needed to ping the 1 damage on the sack zone. Fly Swatter can purge the fermenter, that doesn't matter. Event Horizon on the remote server is okay. I think there's so few agendas in R&D. He can see 2 on R&D anyways. Can't trash measured. Oh, he can with Fencer. But now we're like on game point, so we have to push only 1 pointers. We'll try this. Okay, so we top deck the measured. Oh, now we're 2 little credits. We spend 2 for this. So if we top deck the measured, it's not very likely. Walk for money? Oh yeah, we could have done the Biowack for money. Okay, so we can tempo measured his whole hand. If we had an Angelique, we could have lethal here. Maybe. It depends on the steel skins. But I think we just keep pushing forward. Yeah, I think if they do the damage, he doesn't run it, but I think that's actually a better outcome for us for a couple reasons. Let's try something like this. We have so much work to do. Odds and steel skin in hand, pretty high. He has a 40 card deck, and we hadn't seen any so far. But now, like, we lose to this sack zone and the 1 above the law. Not trash twinning? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we could have trash twinning. I don't think he's going HQ, so twinning on R&D is the only thing. But I don't think it's actually that big of a deal. Trashing the Paladin Poema might have been better. Because that's the only way you charge the twinning. Wow, not trashing twinning is such a passive-aggressive chat message. I mean, icing R&D to the Event Horizon is not super necessary. There's a Biowack blowout that, like, face checking to unresed ice is a bit, like, precarious. Yeah, maybe trashing the twinning was right. Okay, Gachapon can get anything. Fencer finally stopped paying. Okay, so we're not going to be running for a moment. So Eminent can grab the next agenda. It can also grab an ice. A Biowack on the remote server is going to hold, but we have to push into the remote server. There's only 1 more measured. This is probably going to find what's it called, an echelon, and you can pay with this. Triple advance goes to 6. Man. What are we meant to do here? So the chat forgets it's a game, myself included. Hey, myself included. Okay, so what are we trying to do? Thinking. So I think he's going to play really, really passively and then just like send 3 into twinning into R&D, which is going to be an issue. So trashing was probably what we needed to do last turn and not this Event Horizon. Again, we lose off of a 3 dig sometimes, but the biggest thing is like the blast agenda. Even when we put sack zone in this remote server, he wins. You have to be able to steal the sack zone, but like this last agenda now is a bummer. We lost like just a bunch of cards off of R&D, which like I wouldn't recommend the runs on R&D that our opponent made. But it converted. There was one Hermes trigger where we only had like 4 agendas in the deck that really did throw us backwards because it bounced the cert card. Yeah, if we score this, we can go get anything. We don't know if he's on Eru, so like over icing R&D is not particularly good. Scoring this goes down to 6. We can grab the next agenda and put it in there. When you score this agenda, you may search. So if you go get a Malapert, it won't see the score, which is like a funny thing that you can consider doing. This puts us on 2 agenda points. Like we have to win off Myoshu. Yeah, we have to win off of LTDs. Netrunner is a game, or the being a chatter is a game. Both of them are a game. I do not like this. I think we're really cornered. We have very, very narrow lines. Yeah, now that we're so far behind on points, because like I don't think we played a game where we've actually lost 2 real 2-pointers, let alone I think one of these was off Essential. That's really hard for us. Okay, so we can get anything for free. We can get an agenda in the remote server. We can get maybe get a Let Them Dream from R&D and put it into the remote server. I think I'm okay with that. This server they can run. It costs like 7 credits. If this gets a Sentry Breaker, it costs a Fermenter and you still have to run it, and then we lose off of Centrals anyways. Like, because then we're on 6 points. I mean, I think we have to do the Let Them Dream to bottom above the law. It's not going to go anywhere. The other option is to get a big old ice somewhere. Like we can, of course, get a free BOAC. It's hard not to want to get a free BOAC. The thing is like Botulus off of the Gachapon doesn't deal with the BOAC right away, but I don't like to grab our best ice. Does a 40 card Lou run Botulus? I don't think it does. I think it runs leeches. Let's just make our remote server good. It's always BOAC. I could see us pushing another agenda, a 1-pointer. Okay. Maskarovka eventually will be broken for 2. Event Horizon will be broken for 2, but has better text. Yeah, let's see what happens. I'm going to BOAC as the go-to since the Elevation Reefs don't overcook it. Yeah, I was considering overcooking it. If this gets Botulus, though, we're really sad. Like, the timing on the Gachapon's really bad. Unfortunately, nothing of huge value. Taka, it's tied, might get removed from the game. Hermes gets removed from the game for sure, and maybe Hannah does too with an Event Horizon on remote. Yeah, I think trashing the twinning would have been a huge deal. Because that's how we're going to lose the game for sure. Can't risk Echelon being found off the Gachapon and losing on the spot. I don't know if our opponent runs HQ here, the map they'd be running R&D. And it looks like you've seen a lot of agendas. But yeah, like run HQ twinning wins usually. So it's Taka for free, so you don't get Paladin credits. But yeah, if they make one bad run here, Measured gets them. I just think they have probably enough money with Fermenter. So we had to just keep pushing Let Them Dreams and clicking for credits. We probably need a Myoshu to win. Ooh, dump 2 here. Please see 2 cards. Sick. Open R&D goes for R&D, which, again, R&D has very few agendas in it. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Another Gachapon, still in 0 credits. They have the money. Sorry, they don't have the money. They have enough cards in hand, but like double measured, we would need a hedge fund top deck and another measured top deck. So Paladin left. So it's just Taka now. Okay. They didn't charge the twinning too, and immediately they could have boosted Rising Tide. I think they should have. I don't think they charged the twinning this turn. DRM. Interesting. Saxon double advance? Yeah, I think they might be okay. I don't think they can get remote server that we can push the Saxon and get a 2-pointer out of the game. We can DRM for the above the law in the deck and trash the twinning. That actually might be better. It's less money, but we don't actually need money on this board state. I could DRM for the above the law. They have to figure out how to get through this BOAC twice. I think I want to get the 2-pointer out of R&D. So now there's no more 2-pointers in the deck. We have not a huge reason to install them face up, but some reason. Yeah, the above law is really good because it solves 2 of our issues. It solves twinning, and it means that there's like very few agendas in R&D. No Gachapon. Now they Gachapon. So if this gets a Botulus, it's not good enough for BOAC. I don't think they have the money to deal with this, so even if they get an Echelon. They could have done it first and got the Echelon off of the Rising Tide, like the Graham Dragon on it. So they'll probably remove a Buzzsaw from the game. We haven't seen a killer yet. Interesting. Face up stops Hermes bounce. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Face up is really good into Hermes bounce. Yeah, totally true. Yeah, very important actually. I mean, we shuffled. I'm assuming every turn he's going to run R&D. At least with the Gourmand, the run on R&D is a bit better. We lose a 1-pointer, we're in a bad spot. But again, we are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's only 5 points in R&D and only 4 real points in R&D. You got to boost your... Yeah, didn't boost the breaker. During that run, you want to use the talk on the Rising Tide to get a twinning counter. You are always allowed to boost at any paid ability window. So now we can do advance jam. The Saxon might not be safe, so we probably put a Let Them Dream. We trashed them Yoshu. Uh-oh. We've never spin doctors. We have to score to 7. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, no stress. What was there? Oh, we're going back. Okay, I think now they're boosting. Or they're just going back for another single. Yeah, okay, they figured the boost out. I think Zaxxon might be okay with Event Horizon. It might be. Their money's pretty good, though. But this server is hard. So, okay, they got the last Let Them Dream. So now they went off a single. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's 3 agendas in R&D. Yeah, there's 2 green mails and an eminent. So at any run, it's 1 in whatever. Ah, horrible luck on R&D at this point, but that was a double. I think we have to deal with the twinning, not the Taka. Because we can win off of singles, we can't win off of a double every turn. You win. Oh, they're considering tracing HQ. I mean, I don't think they're in the desperation mode, but like 40% of the time we lose. Sorry, 60% of the time we lose on an HQ run. Yeah, so loot doesn't have a link. So all of these are relevant subroutines. But like in theory, the only is the last one that actually matters on the run if you want to like bet the whole farm. We're not really threatening double measured, but they can survive double measured on 2 different axes. If they're on after image, I mean they could be, but we haven't seen any killer at all. So they're probably just on echelons. We haven't seen any other stealth cards to support that. But like this just looks like regular good stuff Lou. So I don't think they're on stealth. They could be. I think we don't want to score this and just get to let them dream out of the hand. Yeah, echelon's what we would expect. Okay, Malapert's not that great. Now, money's not good. Did we throw out every seamless? Yeah, we did. Remote is safer than hand? Yeah, especially if they ask that trace question, which is really funny. So I think we put in the remote server. In the remote server now we can just put the sack zone because we lose anyways off of anything. So I think we just do advance, trash twinning push. They have to get their sentry breaker and break this twice, which like they could do. I don't think the list has overclock on 40 cards. They can win on a single, but like this is the best we have. And this will give us at least money next turn. So now it's 60% on HQ. They have a second twinning in hand? I mean, they could. But like, I think they probably have 1 more companion as well. No, 2 twinnings are out. So we're fine. They probably won't have any other multi-axis. Are they charging twinning without Taka though? They might have another companion. They also could be on Mantle. But we've seen 1 Paladin, 1 Taka. They could be on 1 more Paladin, 1 more Mystic. It's hard to fire the last Paladin. But that's for sure their last twinning, so I'll take it. I mean, this is still a good card because it's stealth credits and it's just credits. And we do lose to credits technically. It's 40 cards loot. I don't know how many companions they're playing. So again, we've said the win is on the table here. If we score this out, we also don't win ourselves, let alone we're not really threatening to score it next turn. They haven't seen our 2 seamlesses, which we ejected because Jai was in chat. So it's not like we're going to even score this next turn. Single. I mean, this could do it. We did talk about BANGUN losing on centrals, and so far we lost a lot. Okay, so it's an echelon, so it's not stealth. So this is still expensive. 40% of the time we lose here. Eventually the Game Dragon's going to get in the echelon and they can make this make sense. So, good game. Bummer. Hey, thanks for the game. They were really aggressive on R&D, and even on turns when we had points in archives, and R&D unfortunately gave it up. I think I'd have to watch the replay to know whether that was expected or not, but like there's almost no points left in the deck. There's 1 green mail, 1 green mail. I think losing a 2-pointer on R&D is like such a death knell, and we did not push strong enough into the remote. This turn, like we still are not threatening double measured. We just don't have the money. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that can happen. Yeah, enough on your breakers can get there for sure. This deck really hits few outs if you flood early, little ice. Yeah, we flooded really, really bad. So all we had is this Winchester, which was like very, very relevant that we could get this res for 1 credit. Like that was really good. But then we like flooded up very, very hard. And at that point, I think he might have stolen 3 points by the time we stabilized. But yeah, the problem is like our text becomes less and less relevant the closer they are on game point for sure. Keep seamless and pray you can drop deck a Tutano on your score. Yeah. Accidental mulligan was tragic. I know the accidental mulligan would have been pretty good if we just jammed the mulligan hand, which was Maskarovka with the sack zone. I don't think he was able to break it because he's not on Botulus. Yeah. Yeah, we beefed the mulligan and then even had a worse mulligan and then cooked it. It was still, I wouldn't say that close because I think our margins to score out here are pretty hard. He gets maybe one good run in turn with Echelon. I think there was a chance that there's no more companions and we probably could have gone for the Taka. I can't tell. I don't know the list. Oh, you are. Oh, you can hear me now, huh? Do you have another companion? Yeah, I don't think I play around the 1x Botulus. I think the Botulus could have beat the Biowac, but then I guess Event Horizon's really good for that. But yeah, that's the one thing is like on 40. Nope. Okay, so because it's a 40 card Lou deck, there is a chance that just trashing the Taco is right. And then we don't care about the twinning because you can't charge it anymore. I just don't think we saw enough influence to know whether or not this was a stealth list, but I don't know if the stealth lists are running pure 40 either. Because we've seen like no influence. We've seen Game Dragon, Echelon, and we saw Echelon only this turn that we lost. 2 Hermes is 6 for sure. Oh, Boomerang. Okay, Boomerang is another card I wouldn't have played around. And Boomerang is another reason to not push the sack zone. So yeah, I guess there's like 3 cards in the opening hand. It actually is probably a bit more. Like doing the early play with the Maskarovka into the sack zone. It's like maybe your opponent doesn't go for it, but like also with the 3 copies of Gachapon, it's easier for you to contest the remote server. Master me on. There was a turn where we didn't take the counter off the sack zone. You think if we took the sack zone to ping you for 1 R&D, would you have run the remote server? I think it was that turn that Hermes fired that like really sent us in the wrong direction because then we couldn't purge. We were meant to have a Event Horizon Fly Swatter. We could purge, but we couldn't purge. Yeah, 2 Steel Skins in the hand for days. Yeah, that does help for the remote push. It matters less for... Oh no, 2 Steel Skins does beat double measure, doesn't it? Yeah, it's good too. I think pushing an LTD might have been strong because it lets us bottom in agenda too. Yeah. Well, he was on 6 points. So maybe even bottoming a 1-pointer was fine. Because there's only, well, there was 4 agendas in R&D there in the last turn. No, there's only 3 on the last turn. So I guess, yeah, that could help a fair bit. I just think we needed the money to play the game, this friend measured. But yeah, maybe we wanted to push to let them dream. We still have like a fair way to go to close the game out. Yeah, I think the missed sack zone ping was probably worth a lot. Yeah. You can't run face down ice. Yeah, there is that BOAC respect once you have the green mail. If you're on 4 credits, I don't know if we were on 4 credits. We probably were. Yeah. Yeah, that went, it started bad. It got a bit better, but yeah, we couldn't get out of it. The runs on R&D converted, and I don't know if they always should. That was a lot more runs on R&D than I think you want to do. Maybe against BANGUN, you want to run R&D that much because like, that's how they lose. It just seemed like a lot of runs on R&D. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the game too. Thanks for game 2. If you're hearing this, which I think you are, I think there's 1 turn that you missed a twinning counter you could have got. Maybe 2. Let's do 1 more. Yeah, that was neat. I wish they had 2 Steel Skin in hand. The sack zone ping was 50% Central draw on 2. I don't know if sack zone ping actually changed things. Oh, at that time, you're right. Yeah, the sack zone could have just drawn more cards, which means we'd been further away. I didn't want the twinning counter. I didn't want it. We also had a chance to trash twinning earlier too. Yeah, we did. We flubbed the twinning trash, which I still think we had things to do that turn, but the twinning trash probably was worth something. Yeah. Glad I could make my first stream live. This is the deck list of the week. Yay, Necron, how's it going? Welcome live. Yes, this is the deck list of the week. We've played, I think, 4 or 5 games so far today. Hey, best of luck. Have fun. All right, so it's Moosely Hot. Moosely Hot wants to run. This is the sort of matchup where you get an early Eminent, an early Tucana. You can really swing things because then he can't run very well. This hand is not it. We want to ice up HQ against like Criminal in general in turn 1. Sometimes with Eminent, you can just like push in the remote server and say like, even if you get rid of our money, you can't deal with the remote server. Moosely Hot usually is not running that many boomerangs because it doesn't work with her text. And there's not a lot of run events that actually contest the remote server on turn 1. That being said, this hand is definitely not it. Ugh. I mean, technically Event Horizon for HQ is good. I just don't like it. If we trash twinning when they floated, we can push something other than above the law. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything better. Maybe the one from hand. Best of luck, have fun. Okay, cool. Yeah, the twinning trash was something we should have done. So we can score a green mail and pass. You can just straight transfer us. I don't know what else we're doing on this turn. Like we can set up a Tucana, make it look like a spin doctor. We could do like Event Horizon HQ, Tucana remote server credit. And if this doesn't get through, we get a green mail Tucana, which is nice. This looks like a spin doctor, so you don't really want to contest it. I think clicking for credit makes sense. If we res the Event Horizon, we're kind of destitute. So like this looks like a spin, so you don't really need to contest it. Again, against BANGUN, you can't tell what this is. And the issues with a deck list like this. Carpe not running. Did we get the HQ mark? Yeah, HQ mark. Okay. So they're respecting it. Hannah, that's really strong text into us. I mean, we might as well check this. Well, you don't see Hannah and Moosely Hot. That's really, really strong tech into us. Okay. Mystic. I mean, that's going to be a lot of money. We have two fermenters, or not, sorry, two Rozekis on turn 1. Okay. If that was Bite, been pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen Hannah and Moosely Hot. Why is this here? Are they on Deep Dive, Moosely Hot? Okay, so we can just score the green mail before they get a Hermes down, which is like worth something. We can DRM to push, but we have no ice. We can set up a Malapert, but I think we just score the green mail so that face checking is a bit harder. I like to score this before they get a Hermes down because obviously this gets a lot more painful, but generally you score this not fast advanced on the table so you can repair Hermes. It is more expensive though. Card draw isn't there yet. We missed. So we know we have 1 pinhole. Early twinning, very expensive. Art plus tech, yeah, could be for sure. Okay, so we have Mask. We can DRM for the Eminent and push it. I like it. They don't have a lot of money. So we'll go get Eminent. Server 3. We can advance it once. The thing we have to watch out for is if they do transfer, can we res the remote server? Probably not. The thing is, like, we want to install the Malapert, but I actually don't think we do install the Malapert. I think we just click for 3. Like, advancing this once is good. But if they transfer us, we'll be at 7. So we res the Vent Horizon. I guess we just crack the Vent Horizon. Sorry, we'll be at 6. Yeah, not great. It's for assets? Oh, for sure. Okay, there's the Hermes. So if we score the Eminence, we can repair the Eminence. So I guess we do want to pre-advance it. So now we want to pre-advance this, and I think we'll just put ice on R&D. He's only on 2 credits, not a lot of options, so boomerang into the remote server is still expensive. So I think we'll just do this. Here, the planogram for 3 might actually be pretty good. The Malapert could get us anything, but I think just having more money here is good. I mean, that was our card draw. Next turn, we can always install the Malapert credit, but then they bounce something. Rivada, we're going in. Nice. Getting the Maskarovka res here for 1 credit is sick, because now the Hermes on the remote server is less impactful. That feedback for HQ and let them bounce. I don't think I want to put a BOAC on HQ. I think I want it on the remote server. Like, we have to watch HQ, but I don't think we have to watch it that much. But I don't know. Like, this is the ice we want on HQ. I think BOAC is a bit too much. Especially because we already have an Event Horizon. So we can score this, we can get a BOAC. The thing is our next push isn't good, so we probably just like ice up. I think we just score this and put a BOAC on the remote server. Maybe that's over indexing the remote server. So we'll get a BOAC for free OAC. They're on reprise though, so we have to watch out. The BOAC is not always like bulletproof. And then we'll just put this back, I think. This is worse into boomerang, but it's better into face check. We can keep slow rolling. Yeah, maybe we can. Hey, say for Malapert install, grab DRM, IMO. I think we already have this thing to jam. The Malapert's not bad. But we have still like 10 agendas and 37. So I think we'll get there. Safer, how's it going? I can't tell if this should be the Winchester or the Event Horizon. The Event Horizon is expensive. The Winchester's expensive. This one is better against boomerang. This is worse against boomerang. I'm gonna go for the Winchester. Malbert's good with all the easy scores. Oh, for sure. It's really, really good. Sun Conchals in hand. Getaway Archives. Okay. Scoring 2 agendas with a Malapert in hand hurts. Yeah. This one we had to, though. Revolver. Okay, so the Winchester and Event Horizon are equally good / bad. They can flush with twinning. So the Let Them Dream, we want to get on server 3. And they're probably going to go for a transfer here. So like we can't fully duck it. But this remote server is definitely the best server. They could hand it and use Revolver. What was that? Oh, they undid and they installed a Conchal instead. Okay. Oh, Petty Cash is good. So we can do Petty Cash, Malapert, Let Them Dream. If they twinning R&D, we have a... They're going to get in. I mean, I don't think we have anything to do here besides push. Could be a Tucana. Ultimately, I guess we're scoring this, huh? We're saving to get the hand size so we can discard Seamless. Yeah. We're going to pop Malapert, go over hand size, throw out the Seamless. Jai's gonna go to bed. Yeah, don't be great into this twinning. Especially because this doesn't do anything to our opponent. Pinhole, okay, so do you know what's really funny? Okay, we can't trash the Malapert, but we could trash the Malapert at instant speed. They think this is a Tucana. They can trash it, but it's all their money. But yeah, if this is a Tucana, they can trash it. If you could trash this at instant speed with a Mavirus, they have to touch to let them dream. They end up taking 2 meat damage in a tag. Gotta watch out. All right, so this is the Chesva credits too. Issue at the moment is you don't have much money. DRMs to grab sack zone lets you keep scoring. We'll build up econ. Yeah, and that's why like maybe we score this to get the sack zone, but the money is definitely tough here. Ooh. Add in hand is not good. Scoring it to trash the twinning is really good. I think this might be our window. We just overinstall this thing. The problem is like if this is known in archives, it gets Hermes, then we can just eat a transfer. Unless you're playing around a barrier, like we eat a transfer anyways. But actually with only 4 credits with touchstone, I guess with 4 credits you can face check into a BOAC. But this is awkward. We definitely want to score this. This is going to be a huge swing. Yo, Lunari, how's it going? We showed your website earlier, your article. Thankfully, BANGUN has secret anti-Hermes text. Oh, it's not so much the agenda. It's like if you open a remote server and we eat transfers, the game is going to swing. So we throw this out, they run archives, bounce HQ, and go in like we're cooked. So that's really bad. I think we draw once. Okay. And I think we'd advance twice. I don't know. They should be able to pressure us here. Like the only bad face check is a Maskarovka, and it's not even that bad. Sometimes they want to be a bit passive when we're scoring their remote server, so Hermes opens it. The double advance plays around it. You get clapped by Hermes here? Yeah, if we do the thing, we get clapped by Hermes. So we can score this. They bounce. We can also slow roll it. They're on 9. They run this for 4. Touchstone has 3. Yeah, Hermes is a problem here. We do get the 4 agenda points, which means they have to play around measured. Yeah, I think we have to push this. I don't think we can slow roll this anymore. They've just been charging the twinning and playing really good passive. Like, you know, how many Rozekis do they have? And eventually hand on this remote server will be really quite good because it clears the tag and makes the run clickless. Like, it's so much value here. Yeah, we just have to repair whatever they go. So I'm going to search and I'm going to bottom. So I'm going to search R&D and I'm going to put a... I think we're going to put one that we're going to bottom because we don't want them to touch it. And we can grab it maybe with the tutor later, but I don't want to add it to hand. So we'll put this on the bottom. We can put the BOAC or the Winchester. It doesn't really matter. If they transfer, we could have no ice on HQ. If we res the Event Horizon and Winchester, it's the same. This eats 2 bullets. This eats 4 credits. 2 of them are fake. But this stops the transfer. No matter what, it's bad next turn. We put them above the law on server 3. They could transfer us. We go down to 2 credits. I mean, maybe it's just better here and say if you steal it, you steal it. Like, we haven't seen a transfer off of Muslihat. Muslihat probably has a transfer. But, like, even if we put an ice on HQ, unless it's Event Horizon, we're eating a transfer anyways. So this means we go down to 1 and trade for a transfer. Or we can put above the law on the remote server face up and say, like, go through it. I don't care. You have to break the Maskarovka, which we haven't seen a boomerang yet. They have to break the BOAC for 4 out of pocket. They have to break the Maskarovka, and they have to take 2 and 2. I think we just put the above the law on remote server. If they transfer us, we go down to 2, which is, like, bad. But it's not going to, like, if we just ice up HQ, they do just run, transfer, we get cooked anyways. BO and HQ is hurtful. I mean, they break it for 4 credits. It's, like, free. The touchdown Chesva. Like, I think we want this on the remote server. The thing that blows us out is if they hit an agenda and reprise us, which, if they have a reprise with Musial, maybe they don't even show it. We have to ice. I'm not sure we ice here. I don't think ice is a winning proposition. Because whatever ice we put here, right? Like, they're going to break it for free. And the transfer is still going to go through. The only thing that's good for us is we could put a Winchester. Like, maybe taxing out the revolver bullets or something. Reprise blowout is just going to cook us. Like, if they steal the above the law here, we're cooked. Event Horizon remote server seems best. It's better than HQ. They have 3 transfers, though. But I think we just put this in remote server and say, like, send it. I don't care. I think it's hedge above the law. Yeah, I don't think we ice. Hedge is good, but then they'll twinning our whole hand. But if we keep our hand open, they might not twinning us. I'm just going to do this. I think this is, we're BANGUN. This is what we do. We get transfer, we can even push above the law anyways. I mean, at least still have text here. But if they transfer us, we go down to 2. Next turn, we do, like, credit above the law credit. So we probably do credit ice HQ. So then we can actually perfectly dock a transfer. But like, this is a weird line, but I can't go to 5 resin ice. I mean, if we resin ice, the transfer's not that bad, I guess. I don't know. I like this. This text is good. We weren't intending to repair Hermes damage. We should have scored this turn anyways, IMO. Ooh, okay. This list might run overclocks, so the server can be easier, but overclock doesn't work with Hannah. So like Hannah's going to blow us out. I mean, this is still expensive and it uses half the revolver. Okay, so they used their touchstone, the Maskarovka. I don't think they gave us money. We're also threatening a measured. Yeah, we're threatening a measured for sure. They have to play around that. Okay, so they lost Pinhole and a Chesva. They have a tag, so do we just take their twinning? I mean, they could dump a twinning this turn, but I think we just now trade for their twinning. No, they Hannah. So now they can do credit. I mean, they're going for it. They can trash measured. They have 5 credits to trash with. There's no Hermes here. They trashed a Tucana, so they know the next. They trashed a Malapert, fine. So they saw 4 trash 2, so they know the next 2. So they could draw? They have to draw here. Yeah, they have to pop Hannah, I'm pretty sure there. They're not drawing. They died a measured. I guess they're going to sweep for measured here, but they can't even trash measured here. People are dying to measured a lot today. We don't have the measured, and they know we're not drawing into it. So this is really great that they empty their twinning. Okay, wow, that was actually really good for us. They know the next card in R&D. We could do draw. If we find a measured, we win. But I think that probably isn't it. Like here, we just want to jam. They played around DRM. Yeah, they disrespect measured. Threat 4, huh? Unfortunately, we don't have much going for us here. Double draw measured, they only know, yeah, we could double draw measured. I mean, I think we want to break lock anyways. The fly swatter is not that good. Okay, so we broke lock. Wait, that was, no, this is an unknown card. They didn't transfer us last click. I think we just hedge and repair. Yeah, we could have repaired R&D here. They're going to see 3 on R&D. Okay, this was a bad line. I don't think we should have drawn. I mean, we get there sometimes, but it was like 1 in 3 in 30, so 1 in 10 chance. But now the issue is we have to decide between like losing to transfer and icing up R&D. I guess we just let R&D go. So fly swatter's not particularly good in the matchup. Myoshu could matter. The issue is if we eat some transfers here, we're cooked. But be a whack on R&D, it's a free res. Yeah, it's not bad though. They break it for 2 credits. So they could see 3 more here. They can trash measureds. I don't know. The thing is, like, if we res it for free, we're no longer a measured threat, which I think we have to watch out for that. They trash the spin doctor. They steal green mail. Cool. BOAG eats bullets. Yeah, but it puts off measured. I guess we're not on measured yet. The thing is, like, I'd rather eat bullets to like a Winchester. Second. Okay, this is fine. So they just see a Myoshu that they saw. So how many cards did they see? Winning to see 2 additional 3. And they stole 1, trashed 1. So they know the next card and not after that. They're playing grand measured now. They ran HQ. They saw us off the top. That's really cute. Okay, so I think we do Winchester on HQ, Event Horizon on R&D, click for credit. Bottoming Saxon really working for us? Yeah, there's not that many points left in R&D. We just need to stabilize with DRM next turn. So we'll just, I think we just do this. We could put BOAC on R&D, and if they face check into it, we win eventually. It's better than Event Horizon. Because if they use their bullets on this, this will hit. Yeah, this I like. I don't know if they're on Iru. I don't think Muesli Hut's on Iru. Bravado. Nice. Happy to res this to eat bullets. They could trace through parts of it, but every subroutine on this is super relevant. So this is broken for free, but it uses the whole gun. So now face checking is a bit scary. They did run into the DRM. They see it. So this run makes sense. And they just touch the same card. They can't run twice on this board. No, but they don't know about the BOAC. They haven't seen it yet. Okay. Now they can run to BOAC. It's still expensive. This is their second killer, so they're not on Carmen. But they still break it for like 6. Do we trade threat for 6? This sees 2 new cards. I mean, I think we have to take 6 credits of their money. I can't believe we had to click on the card itself. It's so goofy. What card do you want to use as a BOEC? Stalling Echelon after HQ run? Yeah, they wanted to use the revolver bullets. So we're getting to Hermes now, which is great. Yeah, exactly. It's a way better into Hermes. So we'll see if they see 2. In terms of real 2-pointers, there's only 2 in R&D that they can touch. They trashed them measured. Okay, so they're still playing around measured. Another DRM is so funny. It's just they run HQ now for 1 credit every turn. So these DRMs are kind of garbage. So they don't have the next cards on agenda. I didn't even consider it. I just jammed. I mean, I think that's what we have to do. The server costs them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to run overclock. I don't think we're winning this. I think Criminal's a really hard matchup because it's the matchup that actually puts pressure on Centrals. Like, we're good into Anarch. We're good into Shaper. We can go fast. But yeah, the overclocks are showing up. That was actually a top deck overclock as well. So we need a top deck of Measured to be competitive here. So Saxon losing an extra breaker and a pinhole, but they're on game point now. Yeah, chess was really rough, right? Again, they can run HQ every turn for DRM. DRM can still grab a 1-pointer, but the issue with DRM is now it shuffles the deck. Buy-ban's a clear tag, sick. And draw cards, really good. They can use the offensive friend credits. They're running HQ because of the DRM. I mean, it's nearly free. This was a huge thing on the mega cities this last weekend, is like, if you're not familiar, Nebula did really well. And Nebula did very well on the back that like people were not playing Criminal anymore. Like, this is not a super common deck in the mega cities last weekend. Yeah. Yeah, it's they know we have 2 of these, I think. Are they installing a class act? Oh no, they're drawing off a class act. I mean, installing a class act is another cool way to play around measured. They have 2 left. So instead they remove a tag, draw 2.5. Okay, not likely we can flatline them here. Might be the sickest buy bands I've seen in a long while. Yeah, very good. Okay. So we would need double measured, but we also need more credits. The bigger problem here is we haven't seen a single dang transfer. Well, like, we've seen 0 transfers. So while we're looking good economically, they're now going to transfer us at a lot of money because this Winchester's useless. So the best we can do is Event Horizon. We can't play DRM. Yeah, Wincon here has to be measured, but it's on them to like make a misplay. And DRM is like really expensive because it shuffles the deck. They don't have to do anything because even if we put cards in the remote server, we can't get to points fast enough. I guess we could if we score a 2-pointer to Myoshu, but a 2-pointer remote server is like, they can run this. And like, Bangun's text when you're on game point is obviously less important. But like, we have a fake 3-pointer. We need a fake 4-pointer. Do you want to see us lose the game? I mean, there's no shot we have a window here, right? No shot we have a window. 3, 4, 5, 6. Break this for 7, 8. No. Yeah, I mean, we need an Event Horizon, but it's slightly too late. So I think we have to put this on HQ so we don't get transferred. And then like, that's our turn, which is not enough. We need to somehow get to 40H on remote. Yeah, and we're playing around still 3 transfers, which is pretty bad. Is there a specific combo with DRM I'm missing? No, just play it. It has good text. Just get some agendas in your remote server, which is what you want with Bangun. The like weird interaction is that Malapert doesn't allow you to grab agendas, but allows you to grab DRMs, which are just convoluted agendas. So you can Malapert to score the next thing. I think arguably we could have used the Malapert better this game. It's a click to get like a hedge fund, which is fine. Yeah, we're definitely in a corner. Like, maybe the Event Horizon has to go on server 3, but I don't want to commit that while like they're still threatening Hermes off centrals. So like, I think our goal here is just don't get eaten by a transfer. Maybe try to play with LTD Myoshu. It's the best we have, is like find one of the last 2 LTDs and then Myoshu them. And then that drags them to the remote server. Ooh, okay. So this does cost real credits. They can see 3 off of this run. We know there's a real 2-pointer on the bottom, but we could just lose to this. And the problem is if they hit a 1-pointer, this gets bounced. And so they can, I mean, we haven't seen it measured. The thing is they'll trash every measure they see. The fencers have been good. No stress. Tread lightly HQ? Wait, tread lightly they're... Why? What am I missing? Touchstone, I guess? And Mystic? Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't have played around this. The trash one already? Yeah, and I think 1 Spin Doctor. Yeah, so there's not that many left. So they're just playing this to get all their stuff up. Not much we can do here. We know there's no 2-pointers left in the deck. Let Them Dream will bounce the thing that we installed. They saw 3 cards, and yeah, we're just in a death spiral here. We can't do much. We have no measures. We would need 2 measures, but we have the money. Yeah, we're cornered. Like maybe we can push a sack zone and say like, what are you gonna do? I think it's better than resigning. We could do sack zone advance event horizon and say like win. Like maybe we can win off the Myoshu. We could top deck a seamless, do seamless advance Myoshu if we had enough money. The thing is like we have to eat every single transfer still. And like reprise is still bad. IA and Ice HQ, yeah. The Ice HQ is better into transfer, which again, there's still 3 left. There's a reprise. I mean, it doesn't matter. If they steal a legit, we lose anyways. But the reprise into like there's a lot of really bad interaction points for this matchup. And one of them is like 2 BOX rest. If we top deck a seamless, we can do advanced sack zone. We go to 10. Seamless, we go down to 9. So we're 1 credit short of winning off Myoshu. If this survives and we top deck a seamless. We have to have a lot to line up for that to be actually compelling. Yeah, because if we seamless this, we go down to 7. We advance to the sack zone. We go up to 10, but we lose an advancement, so we go down to 9. And so we're literally a credit short from threatening the win here. Transfer is obviously going to throw all that into the garbage. I don't think I know if R&D is locked here. I think it is, right? Yeah, they saw 3, stole 1, we drew 1. So the top of R&D is known. Yeah. Top of R&D is clean. We have an outside chance, which is better than 2 turns. So yeah, it's a bit better. Is there anything on the next Netrunner expansion? Nothing. Here's the first transfer. So the money math is now even more scuffed. If they jump at 20 into this, we're happy. I'm assuming Worlds will let us know about the new set, but we know nothing. Literally nothing. Ping for 1? No. Yeah, the thing is these transfers are so credit positive. There's even a chance that JTC can run this turn. Right? Like you don't have to float the tag in the matchup besides the twinning. Like we have no tag punishment. Overclock? Okay. So we're bankrupt. We're going to do what we're going to do. This is probably the worst dice that JTC could have found here. So you might just bounce and not spend your money. That being said, like if you break Maskarovka, when you fully break, so we would have to fire before the Maskarovka, but you end up spending 1, 2, 3 to save 3. I mean, it's the same. So you spend 4 to save 4, so whatever. So this is still pricey. We advance this to go to 4, so we can't even get the Event Horizon back that easily. Yeah, for sure. I mean, jacking out's the best for us because we don't have to use our Event Horizon. Cool. So the twinning is being threatened slightly. Again, we have to score this out and have 10 more credits, otherwise we can't win. So they remove a tag. Okay. Ooh, we have our tag punishment. Okay, so we always advance this. We know there's more transfers. So actually always advance this might not be right. We do Planogram hedge fund just to get the most money. I think that's cool. I think we have to get as much money. We could put Event Horizon on HQ, but I think we just need to get as much money as we can. The thing is, like, we're playing around 2 more transfers. But if nothing happens, we could win. Tread lightly, not a transfer. Okay, Bravado. So we're going to see 3 cards here. They're all unknown cards. We have 1 2-pointer on the bottom. So we have to get lucky here. No. GG. I mean, we actually had a close ending there. It was not that bad. With the Bravado, we probably don't have enough credits to run this twice. Thanks, you too. But if that goes through, right, like you probably still have to send a transfer this turn. And if you send a transfer 1-7, which is slightly too short, because we have to get off the top of seamless. Oh, there's a lot of agendas on top, so we're not going to survive that. But yeah, we needed a seamless. There was top 4. There was 4 points. The deck still had a lot of agendas. 1, 2, 3. We knew there's a 2-pointer on the bottom. So 2, maybe if we survived that, we had a chance, is all I'm saying. Because if that whiffs, which is not super likely, I do not think with 2 clicks you can run the server twice. Now you have all the Bravado credits. The touchstone was empty. So you have to run the server twice with Event Horizon. I mean, like, it's getting close. We didn't need a seamless. No, we didn't need a seamless. We only needed a seamless if we did 1 weak damage here, which isn't super good. Yeah. If you ping, you can't advance Mioshu. Yeah, unless we top deck the seamless. So I don't want to hit this. But like the game was decided whether we won or lost to that twinning. So that was it. Stack zone gives money? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's how we score out. We do advance, Mioshu. We have enough credits. Yeah. Pinging is almost always bad unless you're BTL. Yeah, it's not great. There's some board states where it's like, okay. It's like when measured is something worth playing around or when you think they have a deep dive. Like there's certain board states, but I wouldn't ping for fun unless it really mattered. But the ping here is super expensive because it means we can't win next turn. So we don't do it. Yeah. I mean, the criminal matchup is really hard. It's like really difficult. And like we only had 1 transfer this game. I'm surprised all the transfers are on the bottom and maybe Class Act bottomed them early because they have gone through their whole deck for sure. I really ping with Saxon unless I'm planning on cooking the Agenda beyond 4 advancements. Yeah, it's very rare that we would ping with the Saxon. Its text is like not super compelling. Yeah. Neat though, still neat. Man, the early game is so strange. It's always really weird. Maybe we stuck the Malapert a bit more aggressively. We'd have teeth into that game. Wonder if we're icing our remote too early. We lose on centrals, but we want to tax on the going in right. I don't know, Thanos, and I don't have enough reps with the game to know how like rushy it is. But the thing is, when the list has Tukana and Eminent, it feels like your step 1 is Ice HQ against criminal. Step 2 is like pushing the remote. You're right though, like we lose off of R&D and like the twinning goes through, like that's a problem. Our above the law didn't connect, which like maybe that would have done something. But yeah, we probably have to ice R&D. The issue is against criminal, like we still had really good centrals, but with a single Chesva, it's hard to keep them out. Think about the ping as, are you happy to spend a click to expend Angelique? Because that's what it is. Yes, but it's not only Angelique. It is you putting yourself further away from winning. Yeah. So the other sort of Bangun that I've played before, so like Quesadilla's Bangun, and like this Bangun is not different than it. Like this is way more slow. Or for this one, like you do ice up centrals and then you push the remote server when everything lines up. It's like your remote server has to be a Daniela, it has to be an Angelique, and then you have to do install advance a 5-3. And like that's way different. That's the sort of template that I'm used to, where like it's a slow moving like threat. As opposed to this one's like jam a 1-pointer every turn if you can. You can't know if the runner can recover by clicking to draw after ping, but on corp turn, you know what instant speed draw they have. I think comparing the Saxon ping to Angelique doesn't account for Angelique being used on a turn to kill. Well, yeah, the idea is like you're spending a click and a credit to, it's like, it's not the strategic value of Angelique. It's the value of like you spend a click and a credit. You don't spend a card though, so it's a lot better. Yeah. Yeah, Angelique is used for defense or a setup kill, and I've killed with Angelique. I think I had a really good game against Minstrel at Crown of Servers last year, where I played Bangun. And he had this like absurd line where he ran a remote server, got a click back. He played Copulation to steal my Daniela, so her text didn't matter. And then had to decide between clearing a tag or drawing a card. Decided to clear the tag, which was right. And then I top decked the 3rd Angelique and just meat damage him. It was sick. It's only 3:30. Yeah, we played a lot of games. The Bangun games are not that long. Let's try this one instead. So this is Harmon Bees. Came 2nd in Bristol. Sorry, 3rd at Bristol. I think it was 2nd at Swiss in Bristol. So this is a slightly different speed. We have a couple more code gates, which reminds you of the Wayland code gate pool. It's like Shylender is not a bad card for centrals. It has your text. It just doesn't keep people out. Hate this clause. We do have 3 log jams. This card is not really popular in the meta right now. I honestly don't think I want to play 3 of these. We're not even on Maskarovka, which feels like one of the better face checks. Kessler, not bad if you're playing against Ice Destruction, has text, and Tree Line is also an okay as an expend card. But like you actually see fewer log jams in the modern meta, and it's because like for maybe 1 more, as much as you get a refund, Pharos is really good right now. But like Maskarovka is res for 2. Like I don't know. I'm not into this card. I'm surprised that there's 3. 2 Event Horizons, 1 Winchester, so we're not on bigger ice, we're not on BOX. You want to make your remote server taxing anyways. We do have the cheesy public trail into end of line, which, you know, people did float tags into us, and end of line could be important. Angelique pings for 1, but the idea is you want to make a remote server that's like hellish. And then the money here is also like stick and antil, which is kind of cool. This deck we're playing feels a little toothless without Basalt. You're right, it does have Basalt. So the list of this I'm more familiar. Like, what's our score pattern here? Like, it's 3-2-2, I guess? The version of this that I'm used to play are like, it has fewer agendas. It has like SDSs and it has basalts. SDSs and basalts like put you into awkward places because you know interacting with them are going to be bad. But when you put an SDS in the remote server and double advance it into criminal, they're like, oh, Hermes won't solve the problem. And now I'm going to lose a breaker. So they're kind of like forced in really awkward directions. Even against Anarch in 2026, like trashing one of their 2, you know, buzzsaws can like really mess the math up, as much as the end the run code gates are not super common and all this sort of stuff. Oh my God, we don't have measured. Wait, we don't have measured. That's why. What? I need to read this right up. Why do we not have measured? Okay. SCS drone deployments is there instead of the basalt to avoid very early steals from particularly enthusiastic runners. And because we're not running measured response, or less than need of direct recursion to hand. Okay, so if your opponent doesn't know you're not measured, they play around measured, right? As much as today, some people haven't been playing around it. Interesting. So we actually care about the tag, which we're not running any of the tag ice we could be running. And mind you, maybe that's another reason to play Pharaohs over Logjam. We are also running Armed Acid Protection, which is another card that is not a very rush card. It's only good later. And while it's nice to have upgrades and assets to hit that text, I don't know how good this is going to be as quickly as maybe running. And the other list I played ran like Government Subsidy, as much as that was a slow card. Your early turns was just like play Government Subsidy and click for credits. Weird. I mean, let's give this a shot. I think Off the Books has a real place in BANGUN. Cool card. This card has good text. If you can advance this, it pushes right into the remote server. It has really good text. It's like basically what we're doing, but on a not on a 1-pointer. It's on a 2-pointer. We also don't have Off the Book. Sorry, Let Them Dream. So like we can lose on 3 axes in theory. Yeah. Amaze may be better if we're on no measured. Yeah, I could see that. Like the thing with Daniela's really good with measured, as well as she's good with end of the line, because cards in hand really matter. But like she's a bit more obviously good with measured, right? So Amaze is really nice as much as you can cup it. SCS end of line over Basalt MR is a deck building pivot for sure. Yeah, I'm surprised about that. I mean, it's definitely working. But like this is a multi-card combo, which you don't even see in standard that much. I guess you could just win on a random turn with like Angelique ping, public trail end of line. Let's give this a shot. Interesting. I definitely wouldn't have built it like this either. Import. R&B is really cool. Looking for competitive games. Hey, Chris. How's it going? I'm on stream. Is that cool? I played before Worlds with Chris. So Chris went undefeated in Swiss at Worlds. An incredible player. Ace. And then I played BANGUN against him in prepping for Worlds. And I took every single game off of him. Chris's sealed deck. What is this? All right, we're off. All right, Seb. Nice. I like that Chris is practicing Seb. Thanks, you too. So I'm assuming we did see some weirder Sebs at the last weekend's Mega City. Specifically, Man in the Moon was playing like companion Seb with Bravado, which was, we only saw one game of it, at least I did. So against Seb, you want to Ice HQ so you don't get transferred. Wall to wall on the table could stick. The SDS might stick as well. There's not too many programs in the list. So this hand is not great. Man, I don't want to res an early long jam. You should put the face cam over the ID. Sorry. There's no seamlesses for you to discard, so I'm probably my cue to go to sleep. Jai, we played no seamlesses today. I mean, I could keep this. Logjam on HQ. Petty Cash is at least an operation in the bin. Wall-to-wall on the table. I mean, that's technically text. I don't think you're going to trash a wall-to-wall super easy on turn 1 in Seb. I feel like I had so many BANGUN games in Chris against Chris. Fly Swatter is really good into Seb. Because either you have to trash it or it like purges your things. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. Just don't get transferred. We can res the Logjam for 4 functionally. It does come in a low strength. Ooh, Onikum Seb. Okay, we're gaming. So very cool. That's going to be some influence. So we might not be on the full transfer set. But this means you're going to be playing Lagu and Audrey, of course. Onikum and are quite good. And unfortunately now you have to consider running this back for click and 3, which we don't have money. That doesn't really make sense. The question is like, do we fire the petty cache when we have a logjam on the table? I'm not 100% sure. Like, how aggressively can we DRM in this list? I'm gonna be so used to the other list. Gourmand, okay. So if we DRM, we can go grab a sack zone and put it behind a code gate. I mean, I could see us doing that. So we'll draw a card, we'll gain a credit, we'll play some advancement. Oh my god, we could have a really cheesy game here, huh? So I think we're gonna petty cache because we're gonna play the DRM. We'll DRM. We're gonna go search our deck, I think, for a sack zone. We're gonna install it into a new remote server. We're gonna ice it up the way that we do, and this is aggressive BANGUN play. This feels good. Against heavy, you might want to ice up centrals even more. Eventually, we'll put an ice on archives. So we unfortunately have to res this. Trade for 2 cards and 3 credits. This logjam doesn't have an immense amount of strength, so it could die immediately to ice destruction. Without Ashen, does Seb have to hope to win before he runs out of gas? There's just something I'm missing. Yes, you do. But like, you can. I do think Seb is one of the best decks in the format. I think even without Ashen, it was underplayed. If you look at the Mega City results, like there was, oh, that's bad. There was 2 big Seb wins this last weekend. Like I don't know. And I think now without Melies, you actually can, the more grindy games might not exist. Yeah, like you have 2 buffer drives, you probably are fine. So good top deck. Let's see if they hit things out of hand. So Saxon goes through. We lost a Devil Charm and a Steel Skin, so the Steel Skin's really good. Do we have this in hand last turn? Oh, we just win. Oh my god, I'm gonna feel so bad. We just won. Dog. That was pretty lucky. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hate to do this. I mean, we'll take it. Not a really good testing. I mean, yeah, I had that a bit fast. Flashback to Diogenes, yeah, Montreal 2025. To Diogene, I think, yeah. Yeah, that happened at Worlds too. There's like really great players who turn 2 die to like, if you have it, you have it. Nobody plays around this, but yeah, we'll take it, I guess. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I think a bunch of people did. I think Sam did. I think it was like Sam playing against XDG. It was like the second last round. It was like Public Trail End Aloud at a Reality Plus. Goonies always say die. Goonies always say die. Say die. AGG. Man, I've taken so many unfair, like super cheesy games off of Chris. It just keeps happening. I don't know. Don't say sorry for having a good time. I mean, it's not a good testing game for our opponent because that should not happen this consistently. And Chris is definitely grinding. So like, it's weird. But I mean, like, what do we do here? Not amazing what we can do from this point forward because the Fly Swatter doesn't hold well. We can do like Saxo, Angelique Advance, and then you have to end up taking 3 damage, which maybe you'd do there. In Montreal, Chris died to me on turn 2. Yeah, for sure. That definitely can happen. And like nobody plays around Public Trail on the line. It's like, it's a thing the game has. Is this list on pivot? No. I don't think it has any way to get consistency in terms of like, Malapert. So it just has to draw things. It's on 3 end of the line, 1 Public Trail, but like we drew 1 Public Trail. So like that was good. I do think he floated a tag though. So even if we didn't have the, no, he cleared the tag. He cleared the tag. And like no measured, right? Measured doesn't have text because we're on threat too, but I mean, the DRMs are so cool for that. I feel like 1 pivot would do work here. Yeah, I could see 1 pivot being fine. We were not on threat text. So like you need pivot to be click compressed on threat text for you to do the end of line combo. But yeah, I could see a pivot. You say it's not good testing. Do you think runners should just be ignoring the pub trail end of line that early? Yes, you should. So we could run the math about like what's the chance of us having both of those cards in our hand? And then you can also run, change the math a bit to be like, is Andre playing this aggressively? Does that mean he has it? But I think the line we took was aggressive, but it was like not outside of the like, oh, too aggressive. The thing is like in this game is, or in life in general, you have to watch out for this like results oriented thinking. The idea is like, if you lose 10% to this, but the right play is to take 90% of the time is to do this thing, and you lose 1 out of 10 times, it doesn't mean to not do the right play, right? Like sometimes you can play perfectly, and we can say Chris played perfectly, I don't know, and he can still lose to Public Trail on the line, but it's so unlikely that it's not worth playing ground. Now, where the thing gets a bit more complicated is if you think that's the only way you lose this matchup, then you might not take the risk, even if it's a 10% risk. But in most evenly matched Netrunner games, people have to take risks. So ultimately, it's like, should a Chris play the whole game around public trade underline? No. Firstly, it's not very common in standard. It's not necessarily in every Bangun deck, let alone the chance of us having it was minuscule. So there was like no good reason to play around it. And even if we were open deck list, I don't think he plays around it. Maybe he can afford to, but maybe not. If he knows the matchup to be really good, he can maybe play around it because he's like, that's the only way I lose. And then once I get to like turn 6, there's no way I lose. You could maybe do that. If you have Audrey, it's kind of hard to lose in public trade underline. Yeah, if you play around everything and kill, you'll never run. Maybe not never, but close to it. You just have to watch out. It's like you could lose to something and it still doesn't mean that you should not have made that run in the first place. Sometimes they just have it. And unfortunately, public trade underline is very much a they just have it card. I don't recognize the name. Best of luck. Have fun. Okay, Maggie 70. So we have to kind of rush. We have our 1 of 2 petty caches. We have an anthill we can put on the table. Not easy for Maggie to check this. If we draw an ice with Spin Doctor, so be it. The early SDS probably is a liability. I mean, it's fine. It's not great. I agree, don't do results-based analysis, but there's still a valuable conclusion to make from a game. Like that game, there was a Gourmand installed that could have been a draw. Maybe, but like saying that the Gourmand shouldn't get installed is still saying we're playing around this thing that only shows up at that point in like 5% of games. So you're right, like maybe you could play better into it, but a lot of times the 5% cases just get dismissed. Yeah. It just like, it did not let Chris test his deck because he died on turn 3, right? Like it's just not a lot of info in it. And then on top of it, like if you're playing at a tournament, you're preparing for this weekend, are you going to be playing into public trade underline Bangun? You're more likely to play in the other version, which is the deck list of the week. All right. I don't think I want to start with the petty cache. I'd rather discard it because we have money in our hand. So I want to do Spin Doctor draw Anthill, ice the Anthill. Yeah, that's fine. We have to remember ice is a bit more expensive because we don't have Masquerovkas. Yeah. This is good enough. It's less than 2%. Is that what the hypergeometric says? Chris playing this weekend? I have no idea. Kolava. I don't think playing in person. He's pretty far away. Mind you, this weekend is Cascadia, which is going to be a huge event. I would be doing some commentary remotely. I don't know if there's an event in your corner, but like Cascadia is this weekend. I don't think Chris is traveling for it, but I'd be very excited to be wrong. Chris is a great player. So we lose to 3 pinhole here. Lose, I mean, not good. Turn 1 illumination. I mean, you're telling me I can't play around it. And this deck could be playing bite. Now, they didn't even fire Maggie this turn, which seems expensive. So I wonder if you were meant to not play the sure gamble and just play the creative and get your text. Okay, Fly Swatter on RD is fine. We can also have 2 breakers on their remote server, which is good. We could push the sack zone behind a single ice and say 13 credits, maybe you can't deal with it. But I'd rather have the 2 ice server in the following turn. So we can put Fly Swatter on the remote server, or we can ice up R&D. We have to make sure that we're playing 2 different decks, not the same deck. Chris was King of Swiss at Worlds 2025. Yeah, he didn't lose a game in Swiss. Really good player. Grinder too. Such a strong grinder. Just plays so much JNet, or plays Netrunner in general. Gets beat up and then keeps coming back. Like Chris, if I had 5% of the persistence Chris did, I would be the best player in the world. Yeah, what do we do here? Petty cash, Fly Swatter, hedge fund. I mean, it's just money, but it doesn't do much. We didn't get illuminated this turn, so like, seems fine. Oh, we have to start with this, of course. Yeah, maybe we'll push her. For everyone who can't make Cascadia, come to Pittsburgh and NPC on August 15th. We have concert home. Oh, sick. Really cool. Probably petty first just for the value while we stall. Yeah, this turn, yeah, we don't have anything better to do. We could have made a predictive planogram to draw 3 and discard the card, but our opponent is playing this Maggie deck somewhat passively. So like, I do think we both want to rush, but I don't think they're going to pressure us. Like that first turn showed that they didn't value the Maggie text, which means they might not be setting up their board really aggressively. Like telework here is not exactly what you want. At least they fire Maggie, and I mean, they got money. So like public trade on the line. But yeah, we draw 2. Okay, cool. So we can do Angelique Saxon Advance. We might as well just play the petty cash. It takes an operation out of the bin, but we already have an operation. Both of these fire on pinhole, which is kind of cute. It might be right just to double advances so we can jam the SDS next turn. I'm sure they have at least 10,000 games done with 10 plus years of Netrunner. Over time, yes, I have a lot of games. I actually can tell you how many games of Netrunner I played this year down to the accurate number, but it is less than it used to be. I used to play more Netrunner before I made content. Is there a chance we push the SDS to make the program installs awkward? I mean, it's easy for them to sacrifice a program. So for this, we don't have to, while it's rezzed. Okay, so we're going to commit to an axis. So they can either take 2 meat damage or 2 meat damage in a tag. Their choice. Yeah, she says when rezzed. So you res this once they've committed to the axis. Oh, sorry. I only res that when you commit to axis. Again, the interface is not clear to me when they're, I should say, are you sure axis? But they can't jack out there if you do it right. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I need to pay attention with the text is here. But so I just want to make sure I get this timing right. So continue approach. So here they should say no further action, I think. They just touched the spin. Oh my god, you're right. There's a spin. I mean, we could pop the spin, but we won't. I mean, if they hit the spin, it's fine. You're right. I forgot about the spin. We still res the Angelique. I mean, I thought they're going to go for that. So they didn't have to. We hit a lily pad and a peach Chant. Hitting the lily pad's good. The peach Chant doesn't matter. It's better in the bin. I don't want to pop the spin for these. I'd rather pop the Angelique back. I mean, if they hit the spin, they hit the spin. Dana interface is clear in chat. I need to pay more attention to it. It's been like a weird problem for the last couple days or last couple weeks that people have been jacking out. So we can score this and pass. I mean, like, it's not particularly compelling, but like this deck doesn't have any ways to make the remote server on tempo. We could also just let this chill and just like do sack zone 2 antills. I mean, I'm into that. We could advance this one more time. So next turn we can do install SDS, but only if you double advance it is it good. I'm just going to do this. We're going to flood. We're ass with ban. Let's go. Yeah, we have no reason to rush this. Every time we advance it, we make money. Get a combo on turn 2. Aster, you have to remember we drew extra cards because we had a wall-to-wall. Ooh, Hano. Nice. Not even checking these. With Hano, you can definitely check these. All right, we have a Daniela. We have a public trail. So we can always just like public trail the Hana if a run was made. So we can do advance. We can still leave it. They're not presenting any breakers that actually matter for this. So I think we just put the Daniela in there. She also has text into the thing. And I think we put the logjam in R&D so we don't get illuminated. Drawing 7? We drew way more than 7. Spec work for propeller, love it. Oh, we could have double advanced this. I don't mind advancing it next turn for more money because then we can just jam the SDS, but I do want to make sure we don't get blown out to illumination. The propeller into the logjam is not super compelling. The logjam now comes in with 4 strength. The odd numbers are really good into propeller. So it gets 3+1. So like, yeah, the same. Oh, do you want to hand it that? Yeah, they can hand it that. It's just clickless. They could hand it the next one, but like, I don't know why they wouldn't hand it this. Okay, cool. Yeah, so they're doing both. No stress. Cool, cool. Jamming 2 antails into hand is not particularly good. Honestly, maybe. Of course, yeah. We can hit a meat damage here. I mean, getting cards out of Maggie's hand actually does matter. We can just do advance jam next turn. Yeah, we can do it. Hitting a spec work. I mean, that's fine. This is only once per turn, right? Yeah. I hope it doesn't come out of like condescending, but like I don't recognize our opponent. So you assume maybe they're a newer player, maybe. And so like sometimes being like, oh, you missed that trigger. Like, oh, you didn't hit Debbie. You didn't hit Hannah. It's like super easy to miss on JNet. Yeah, so now they don't get a Maggie trigger, which is good. I mean, we could slow roll this still. They're in 11 credits. Not any of the breakers for this. And it has a Daniela. I mean, this is safer here than anywhere else. So we're throwing this in a couple turns. I think we double advance Saxon and don't score. It might have been right. I don't think we had a huge reason to score, but I'd rather have this on the table. There's nothing else we're doing for the last click besides installing a spin doctor. So I don't mind this. The SDS, it's like slightly ugly. Like next turn we double advance it, sometimes triple advance. But like they haven't set up anywhere as fast as the last Maggie we played against. But they didn't fire their Maggie's text, I think, on 2 turns so far out of the 6. They said they were a bad runner, did they? Oh, I will need as a bad runner. Oh, I missed that. Yeah, okay. So they're figuring it out. So okay, we don't sound condescending. That's good. I thought you were gonna say I said you. I thought you were saying they. I thought you were calling them a bad runner. I'm like, what the heck? Another no Maggie turn again. The Maggie click install is so good, especially if it's a program, because you save 2 credits and a click. So yeah, I think going from 14, if they're watching this in hindsight, like going from 14 to 19, sorry, 15 to 19 doesn't matter this turn, but installing a 2 credit program might matter. I think we just do triple advance. Go. Harmon B's list is not a Miyoshu. No, we have to score or public trail on the line. But the only way we win is scoring to 7 naturally or public trail end of line. We do have a slash and burn for a bit of fast advance with off the books and above the law. So going to 5 is technically an issue for our opponent. Yeah, sorry. When I read that, I'm like, huh? That made more sense. I was about to call you out. Be the guy from League of Legends who got banned for flaming themselves? I don't know who that person is. How do you do that? Simulchip, okay. So ideally you click for credits so you can Maggie here. Because again, Maggie says when you discard, you can install a program or hardware. So in theory, you don't want to install a program or hardware. You click for a resource, sorry, click for credit. Yeah, like the sure gamble means you don't get your ability. So as much as possible, if your ID has ability, you obviously want to fire it. I mean, we could put the Spin Doctor in their mode server. It doesn't really do much. I mean, we're on game point. I was not going to ask for action because they can't really respond to that in a way that makes sense. This is clicklist to check with Hannah. If we put in server 2, I mean, maybe they run this. I don't know. Ironic mentioning they should get DZ value instead of a program with SDS on the board. I mean, you're not wrong, but like, okay, yeah, maybe they're pinned. Maybe they're pinned, you're right. I didn't even consider that. Maybe that's why they have to do that. But I think they've missed Maggie on most turns. Like this Simulchip could have been Maggie, right? Instead of installing it, you just click for credit and then you install it clicklessly. So you just have the same turn, but better. It's all 2 cost program with a face up SDS. I mean, yeah, Simulchip, right? You get to play your Coalescence twice. Maybe that's value. Look, they're not firing Maggie. You're right. The SDS is a bit weird. Okay, Lilypad first. So now they can get a Maggie install. And we're just going to rip the Spin Doctor to draw 2 off start a turn. Oh, they're running with no breakers. Okay. Yeah, this is res for 4. They're not running. Oops. That makes more sense. This turns off of our DRMs, which we don't have any yet. Bite's a bit scary here. Public Trail is not doing much. They have 18 credits. We haven't forced their Zer to spend any of them. You're in. Armed Asset Protection. How much money does this give us? I think 4? Hey, Azimuth, okay. Not exactly what they need, but I mean, it's free and a lily pad. So we're going to trash this. A res the Spin Doctor and start a turn. We have Public Trade on the line, but we didn't find an agenda to jam. None of these cards shuffle in, get us an agenda. None of these cards get us an agenda either. So let's draw 3. That's an agenda. So we can win. I'll use the Spin Doctor to shuffle back Angie and a spin, I think. So we'll put this in the remote server. We have to advance it once because we have no click compression besides a slash and burn. So we are not going to put Angie in the remote server. There's a chance they can just run this. They have to take 4 damage though. So we're just going to discard some cards. So we probably don't need a hedge. Armed is about the same. Kessler is not bad. I mean, it forces out 2 credits. Shellender is annoying. Apshar is annoying. We have Codegate, Sentry, so Barrier is good. Something like that. I don't know. We probably just have it. It'd be hard not to have it here because if they run the server twice, they have to take a tag and 4. They have a Hannah though, but the Hannah into the Event Horizon's a bit cursed. So like sometimes the upside is like you run it first without Hannah and then you Hannah back if you think Event Horizon. They didn't Muse, drew first with Lily Pad. You often want to do them in the other order because the card you draw, you can install it from hand. Sometimes you do this so that you have more information to know what to Muse into. Maybe, yeah, maybe you can do either way. Maybe it's fine. They'll have a lot of cards in hand, so they won't die, and they have Event Horizon Public Trail, but like we can grind them into the remote server. So we'll see if he makes a run. Unity, okay. That helps. You need that. We have a simul chip, so we can Azimuth for a Fractor. We have 1 click left here, so you have to make a Hana run, or Event Horizon just cooks the game. Is it easy for others to see the select discard choices coming from a color change person? Color challenge person. Is it easy for others to see the selected discard choices? Nice Hana run. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure. You see them highlighted. Sometimes there's 2 different cards highlighted, like 2 different colors, a card that was just discarded and a card that was spin doctored back. But I'm not sure. I don't think you can control the color either. Okay, so we can just res the stuff. I don't think it really matters. So the thing is they did a Hana run, so we can force them to have a tag, but then they can Hana clear the tag. The tag will probably matter this turn because they're going to end up taking 2 tags. So we just throw the whole thing. I'm not colorblind, but I also failed to notice the highlight. I think the highlight could be thicker. The highlight of the freshly installed card was like sick technology when it came out. Saying I don't see the color differences and wondering if it's really close for normal sight. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure. So they have to consider paying 6 on this. We can end the run, force them back for the run. They'll have a Hana tag, so they have to probably crack Hana. So with Public Trail, Endoline, Angelique, Daniela, and Saxzone, this is very expensive for them to deal with. The thing is like a single Endoline doesn't get there, but our deck has 3. Fire, of course. So let's see if they spend 6. 3. 3. Continue. We'll crack this. So now they have to go back. They can hand it to clear the tag and have 2 clicks. The shape of the background fights the outline recognition shape-wise. Okay, they did it. So now they can run back. They can break this and only have no tags. Daniela is going to take out 4 cards from the hand. So this is where like measured would be really good because we had measured Public Trail on the line. We have lethal. This is not necessarily lethal. We have to res Daniela, right? Okay, so the Saxzone, if you touch it, no matter what, you take 2 meat damage and tag. If you want to steal it, it's 2 more cards. Shuffled to the bottom. Oh, not shuffled, just put to the bottom. Their choice. So they touched the Bangun first. They lost a Ritual and a Viarcation, so they lost a lot of card draw. They stole a Saxzone, so they have a tag and a click left. If they clear it, they go exactly down to 8. Oh, they also dealt with the Daniela, so they're 1 card in hand. I mean, we literally cannot kill them. We literally cannot kill them unless we top deck another Angelique. Because Public Trail, I mean, we can rob all their money. I mean, I think we just play a Public Trail so they go down to 0, but there's nothing we can do here. Public Trail, Angelique, end the line? I mean, they pay 8, right? They pay 8. They also could have simulchipped back a Coalescence. Oh, no, they don't have it. I mean, it might still be worth it because they have to pay 8. Let's see if they do. Like, we only have 2 more Spin Doctors, but this card is really important. Having them have no money is good for us. I guess we could have drawn once here because double Angelique. Yeah, we should have drawn once for double Angelique. Okay, so no money. Angelique can still take a card out of hand, but here's where we want a DRM or something. So I think we just wait for next turn, push the remote server again. Bummer. 1 credit is all that mattered there. So all that money that they got instead of firing Maggie, maybe it mattered. Maybe it did. Draw 4, no Maggie. Okay, still good for us. I mean, I guess we do install Advance. We go into 6. That's enough to threaten this. We did throw out our Public Trail though, so it's kind of sucks. But they have to get through the logjam. I mean, they get through the logjam for 3 credits. So they have to make 4 credits and make a run. If we res logjam, we probably don't have lethal. I mean, when in Rome, do like the Romans or whatever. I think we put Andy in the Roma a turn before. Maybe I wanted to hit it for a damage, but if we put her in the remote server, we would have done lethal because her in the remote server does fire. But I don't think we could have got to actually to 4. Credit. I mean, that loses to the table, but there's not much else they can do here. Egg, good game. 1 exciting run for sure. Credit perfect to not die. Egg. Very cool. Yeah. We only have one public trail. We've been lucky that we've drawn it all the time. But yeah, Slash and Burn off the books, that does win off of a top deck in a couple turns. Do you know 7% of all humans in the history of the planet are alive right now? It doesn't sound right. But our population is the biggest it's ever been, right? Neat. Cool. One more. Yeah, there's a lot more humans than there's been in a minute. We've played how many op games so far? 7 Bangun games. Okay. New game. Let's go. It's currently 4 o'clock. We can do one more. I think it's a bit less than 7%, but same ballpark. I think a lot of populations of major countries are going to stagnate and go down. Like, I don't think Canada's population. Oh, no, Canada's population is growing because of immigration. Hey, it's Grintowny. But I think a lot of major countries, they're plateauing a bit. Ryu. Okay. I mean, we have a lot of ice that actually does get hit by Ryu. I have no idea what Ryu is going to be doing in the matchup. Thanks, you too. So I have the ability now to say good luck, have fun as a macro. I don't think I'll do it. I think I like typing it. Okay, so this hand doesn't do anything. I'm not sure if Phoenix is going to be on Central Disruption. Like, sometimes you do play Sabotage. This hand doesn't do anything. This hand doesn't do that much either. Just top deck trail. It sometimes can't be that easy. And this is the thing, is like Afshar is not really good into Phoenix because Phoenix only loses 1 credit and we have to get a card out of our hand. Cylander is also really bad into Phoenix. I think it's on Time Bomber Chistushka. I could see Chistushka. I could see a Criminal Console for some more aggression. I mean, we could push an SDS face up and say, get it. It's kind of awkward sometimes. Yeah, let's try it. Go. So now you're in this weird pin where if you install a breaker, it can get threatened. I guess you get through this with Botulus. So we can put Daniela advance. It brings us down to 4. I mean, this is probably way too aggressive for the deck. This is playing like the other deck does. Yeah. So no. Oh, we have a Buzzsaw, which we're not installing that into the SDS. So we might pin breakers for a bit. So you could actually chill on this while we like stabilize our economy. But a Fencer coming down is like not super important to the deck. We removed a Strike Fund and Daily Cast, so a lot of money left. We didn't learn anything about the deck. It looks like Reg, Anarch. Okay, twinning is going to be a start. 1 and 4 here. No way to charge Flano. Planogram, cool. The thing is, like, we don't want to score this until it has text. Ooh, that's a really good card into Phoenix, but it's also just a really good card in general. I think we're just going to keep it slow. Like, if Phoenix does hit this and makes a successful run, the text does fire. And there's usually a subroutine on this you can fire. Like, almost all our ice is good into Phoenix, because Wayland subroutines are not, like, it's not Ice Wall anymore. I think the only one that doesn't fall into the Phoenix trap is Kessleroid and Logjam. I think every other ice we have has a subroutine that doesn't matter. This is a really awkward dance where it's like, what are you going to do? Oh, into the Winchester? Oh, into the Afshar. Okay, cool. So we can consider this. If we let this go, Daniela and SDS does 4 cards from hand. We're not unmeasured. We don't have the combo. So I think we have to res this and you lose 1 of your credits to the Afshar. So now you know you need a decoder to go through this. The Fencer at least triggers on Daniela, but trashing Daniela is also tricky because now you have to lose 6 cards. Because it's 2 for Daniela, 2 for SDS, 2 for SDS. Single here. Haven't charged a 20 yet. There's some trashables. Found one. It was a Spin Doctor. Good trashable too. What are we doing? I mean, they can't trash or steal, right? They could trash Daniela. But they can't steal the SDS. I totally whiffed on that. But they could trash the Daniela. If we res the Daniela, you just trash it. And you want the Daniela to have text on the turn. Oh, but you touch the SDS, so they probably do jack out. So yeah, interesting, actually. They could just jack out. They probably would. Because you don't want to touch the SDS when you can't steal it, because it's text is on touch, not on access. They had 1 credit. They had Fencer on 2. This is weird. Yeah, I'm assuming they would jack out and just get another Bravado credit. Tide, okay. So Logjam is good into it. Buffer Drive is whatever. Armed has 2 kinds. So it's a click for 3, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I think we just SDS the Tide, right? Right? Go down to 5. Watches would eat this remote. Yeah, it's really bad. But After is just bad into Phoenix in general. Especially not on HQ, but on HQ it's guaranteed to be bad. I think we just take down the Tide. I mean, I don't like how poor we are, but I will take one of those. The Tide is bait for sure, but like, what else are we doing? We can't res the Logjam. We can res a Winchester, and it's very good if we res it here. Logjam, we're a credit short, which like this could have been a mask. No stress. We know that they got a raindrops. Man, what world can we be in that we can stop playing Twinning and start playing Pinhole? Oh, what's it called? Stargate. Oh, this is a bad res. This trashes a program, a hardware, and end the run. So you have to pay all your money to keep a hardware? I mean, we're going to be bankrupt. What, raindrops in a red deck? A lot of the blue decks aren't playing it. It's just a slots issue. So we don't res this as the 1 and 4. I guess with Twinning, you can make it a 50-50. It could make Fencer angry. If we res the Winchester, Gruntowny can trace through one of these things. But this is not as sick. Like, this could trash Keiko. It's actually pretty good. Surely you don't res it Fires Phoenix, only if they make a successful run. And they only have 3 credits to trace. So we can make this awkward. Yeah, I'm not going to res this. For Stargate, we need runners to be way more rich and have cheap ice destruction, and corpse need to be more aggressive. I mean, that sounds like a good world. Afshar, slash and burn. Okay, we lost a Sash, but now Fencer's angry. It could have been right to res this. I think if we had slightly more money, we would. But if we res this, we can't play armed that easily. We probably still could. They're not chain reactioning us, right? Oh, we lost the game now. That's really bad. We're on 3-pointers. That's disastrous. That is the worst. I think we're going to lose now. That is so bad for us. We're not unmeasured. Stick and Poke is coming down. Okay, so all ice is ice. That's our top deck. I mean, like, we'll take it. Yeah, just measured. I mean, it doesn't even get lethal, but like, yeah, we have to find our 1 public trail to have lethal unless they mess this up. I mean, we can push this. It gives us money. This remote server is kind of a known quantity. The issue is like we have no consistency in finding our kill combo. Stick and Poke is now going to like give an extra subroutine. We got to do what we got to do. So the question is, do we armed or put a second ice here? We know that the hand has a leech and it has a raindrops. We need to dig for public trails. So 1 in 35. I don't think we can really dig. We also don't have Myoshu, so like playing around this is not necessary. Yeah, you need the accent, right? I think we just play this for money because we have to res ice on centrals. Punish for not resing the Winchester? I mean, the top of R&D was like the thing that punished us for sure. Why did they install this? Oh, this is sick. This is really good for us. Wait, they're just tanking the app shot, right? Yeah, it's just a raindrops. So they just didn't want to lose a damage to the Stick and Poke. So they lost the Cacophony. I mean, I'm good to see that go. They paid for this Fencer. That's on how big this fish is going to get. I don't know. We don't have that many trashables. I mean, every time you pay for this Fencer, I'm happy. Maybe Crantani has Baya. Okay, so this Logjam has 3 strength. I mean, yeah, we got to res all we can. So you can't break all of this. Stick and Poke is the first ice? Yeah. So we make our money back. Bye, Fencer. Okay, I'm scared. I think we have to score this. Their board state is not very threatening. 3-strength Logjam Pocket. I know. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I'd be way happy if this was a Ferris, I think. So we always advance this once. I think we just score this. Again, we're already on measured threat, but the deck isn't on measured. We're kind of chilling. They have no way to charge the Twinning. I don't think we have to leave this on the table. Whatever, we're in game point. The problem is we lost our slash and burn. That's our only like cheap fast advance to close the game out from 5 to 7. Not as bad as Mystic Meme Lord through the PS always hits when I want to keep. You can double ice remote. Yeah, we definitely can. Event Horizon remote server does do something. The issue is like, I mean, at least now there's 2-pointers in the deck we can push in the remote server. The thing is that 3-pointers are a huge liability. The Daniela does have an additional cost. So like Daniela plus, like Daniela is one of the unique upgrades, unlike Angelique, that can keep your remote safe. Because if they have 3 cards in hand, they cannot steal. The thing is like Angelique is useless. You just touch Angelique last if you're on game point. Buzzsaw. Okay, remote server's cooked. Gotta keep the laser around just in case you top deck the one-off gamble you have. They're on Bravado too, so like they're definitely on Mystic. Okay, so Winchester on HQ is really good res. I think we just chill. Ugh. Okay, so we have to get the Event Horizon. Then we have to do install advance. We have to be able to res all of this. This is not looking good. I mean, the above the law rip off the top of the deck. Going from 0 to 4 in a turn is wild. Okay, this is fine. I think they're just cycling cards. So they lost a Pinel, which is very valuable in the matchup. They haven't fired Phoenix once. All the friends are here. I mean, Finster's back. That might be too much. Like, it's a really low tempo turn. So I think we have to just set up the Event Horizon. Then it is an expensive tithe. I don't think it does anything here. It's not particularly good into this matchup. It's much better than outside of that, outside of this matchup. Okay, so they're dripping 4 credits a turn with Keiko, Taka, Mystic, and Fueno. So eventually we lose to that. Like, that is how Anarch work. So we could do draw, hedge fund, Event Horizon. They didn't charge twinning this turn, but like we're going to lose to twinning, and this is not that good of an ice. They didn't make a successful run for Public Trail. We've seen 1 Steel Skin. I don't know if they're on Strike Fund. Oh, no, 1 Strike Fund too. Okay. So I think we have to set up an Event Horizon and push. Yeah. So I think we do draw, hedge fund, Event Horizon. I mean, that's actually interesting. We can get a 2-pointer next turn. That's probably a bit better for us. Because they have to deal with a 2-pointer and that doesn't win the game. So hopefully they don't run HQ. I don't think we can IA into the Daniela, which loses the game. If they had like 1 card in hand, maybe. Okay, they do have bias, so the Fencer Greed made more sense. So you can use the Fencer Fueno credits because the run's successful to install off of Baya, which is quite cute. A door game? I think they're just on Echelon. Maybe Revolver. Oh, there you go. That answers that. So now this remote server is not super expensive. So we do not have anything. I think we just DRM for the 3-2. And Angelique would be good here too. So they have to break this. It has 3 subroutines because of Stick and Poke, which has technically fired raindrops a bit. But I think we just do DRM. We keep Petty Cash for batting. Yeah, I think we just push for the sack zone because it has to go face up. There's not a lot of agendas in the deck. Server 1. So we do advance. And I think we just take a credit here. We could put another piece of ice, but this ice gets broken for 1. This doesn't have real text. They have to run this twice, and they have to take a tag and 4 to 6 damage. Can Shadowlander remote? Yeah, maybe we do it because our money doesn't matter. Yeah, cards in hand actually does matter, especially because of Event Horizon. This costs us 8. We advance this. Yeah, maybe we get there. Yeah, Shadowlander has real text on this run. Yeah, that's true. We have to remember we discard a card, and we can actually use Phoenix's ability to be positive for us. Oh man, this is going to be really good because of Echelon. I think we'd have to let this run go through. So I think we lose to this most of the time. Because we res Winchester, you break it for Leech and then your Taka counters, and then you see the whole hand anyways. So we lose to this most often. The best we can get is they can forget to boost. No. Ooh, got lucky. They didn't boost either. They could have on 3. Okay, huge. 50%? No, they should have seen another card. They could have Taka boosted. Yeah, so it should have been 25% we lose. Or we survive. I think we just res the whole farm. A lot of subroutines are going to draw a lot of cards on raindrops, though. So we're kind of incentivized not to have it. Not to res, thinking. So we have to think this through because like they can run back. This doesn't win them the game, but again, they can run back. So Shylander is going to do 3 cards back in. If you res everything, you go to 0. We go to 2. Oh, Daniela, we go to 0. That's fine. Yeah, you're right. The thing is they have 4 cards, so we can let them go in. They lose everything to Daniela. Yeah. This is 4-8-2. I mean, this was the last range house, I think. It's so well positioned here. So we could fire the Event Horizon immediately, and raindrops does nothing. They have 1 click to run back. Next turn, jam again. On 0, we can't. Man, what do we do here? This is hard. Okay, so say that we raise the Shylendra. They could break it with the leech, but they don't know the next card. We're not really threatening BOAC here with our agenda suite. So they could break this for, it has 4 subroutines. I mean, they probably break Afshar for 1. They cycle a card. I think we don't res any of this. And we just say you can go through. We res Daniela, they lose 4 cards. I don't think we can res any of this into a raindrops. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah. I think we just let this go through. I don't know. I think you have to think like for 10 minutes on this. Don't res Shylendra. Yeah, we could res the Event Horizon. It has 3 subs. They pay Taka credits. If we res the Event Horizon, they have to pay 2. They can't let the subroutines fire. Yeah, resing the Event Horizon is actually fine. We can still petty cash. Yeah, the Event Horizon is good. They'll know it's here to play around it. We can also pop the Event Horizon before subroutines resolve on the Afshar if we really want to deny like some card draw. But like this allows them to duck the Afshar because they can break 2 off of the Event Horizon and then they can let the Afshar not have a subroutine. Yeah, I think we just don't res. The thing is like this adds 2 subroutines that they have to break. But it means that the Afshar subroutine, I guess they don't have to break it anyways. So this adds no new subroutines. Like they have to break these subroutines. If we res the other way to go to the Afshar has 3 subroutines. They could choose to break 1 of them. Yeah, I think we can res this. This is fine. This has subroutines they have to break. They won't be able to clear tag if they go back in, I think. Oh, interesting. No, they have 2 clicks left. They can go back in. So this has an extra subroutine. So this is going to do a dent damage. Hit a buzzsaw. That's good. The thing is like they're going to have enough cards in hand. And then this Afshar, they probably should break all of it. Yeah. So no subroutines have resolved. So we get Event Horizon thinking. So they're going to draw 5 credits. They'll have 5 cards on hand. Then if they run back. Ooh, I don't know what we do here. This is going to throw out a petty cash, which gives them another credit, but petty cash gets thrown out, which is good. This says the first time a run becomes successful, so you can't deny it by like Event Horizon. If we Event Horizon here though, can we win? And the answer is probably not. But we pop the Event Horizon. They don't Phoenix. They have to run back. They're going to have 5 cards in hand no matter what. Daniela Saxone is all of that, so they have to run back one more time. I think we Event Horizon here. I guess I should ask for access. Force a run back, discard petty. Yeah, discarding petty is really good for us. Access? If they jack out, we don't invite Horizon. They can break the Shylender though. Like they have leech counters. It's not that bad. They're thinking. If they say access, we can respond to with Event Horizon. So I just want to know if they access. We also have to res the Daniela if we don't. Oh, sure. Okay, if that's going to happen, we're going to fire the Event Horizon. You can lose too. Okay, so now that they're losing another card draw on the Event Horizon, we pop it. Okay, but if you're losing 2, I can fire. Excuse me. If you're going to let the sub fire, I can respond after you don't break. So you might keep your money. Yeah, so the thing is, like, after they decide not to break Afshar, it passes priority back to us. And so we can fire Event Horizon to deny a raindrops trigger. So they get one fewer card, but they keep 2 credits. Notably, Buzzsaw says break up to 2, so you can choose to break 1, which is what they wanted to do here. Yeah, the Ryu trigger, they get another credit, but that's fine. We throw out the petty cash. Yeah, I might have to unwind all this. No, it's technically fine. It's kind of still fine because this hasn't resolved yet. So I think we do Event Horizon here. They only draw 1 card. Otherwise, they're going to be drawing 2 cards guaranteed. Yeah, let's find out. I can't tell what we're meant to do here. We've been streaming for a while. My head's a bit cooked. I'm getting hungry. So that's fine. They only draw 1. Public Trail top deck is probably lethal. They need to run this back. We have exactly enough money to bankrupt ourselves with Shylander Daniela. And then they have to consider breaking all parts of that. But if we're on 0 credits, we're not threatening any sort of lethality. And specifically on 0 credits, we can't even threaten end the line because we can't do credit, event the line. This deck does not have planogram, I don't think. So I don't think we can do much from 0 credits. Oh no, we have 3 planograms. Okay, so we could top deck a card that gets us back into the game. I need mozzarella, homemade mozzarella, meatball sub with mozzarella. I don't know if you're trying to make me hungry, but it hasn't worked. Yeah, no stress. I had my lunch at 11:30. It's currently 4:30. Okay. I think you res Daniela, they get you discard Petty Gash. Yeah, there's a chance we don't res the Shylendra because the Shylendra puts all of the like decision in their hand. Because if we res the Shylendra, they can just use leech counters and Buzzsaw and Breaker for 1. Right? So like I don't think us spending 4 for them to spend 1. It takes us off Public Trails lethality. Yeah. So I think we just res Daniela and say take a tag in 4. They can't trash Daniela though, which is good. If we top deck a Public Trail, we're good. Okay, cool. I'm not going to res this, I don't think. So let's see what happens. My advice is the line that wins. They definitely still want to fire the 2 credit sub on this. So it looks like they're not firing Ryu this turn. Ooh, break all? I mean, we don't mind firing Ryu. It's actually best for us. But they could technically let a subroutine resolve on this. They lose. Okay. So there's no Ryu. Axis? I think that's committed to Axis. I can't tell on JNet. All right, we'll just res Dan. So Daniela says, if you want to trash Daniela, it's 2 cards. But if you want to steal this, you touch it first, 2 cards on meat, you steal it, 2 more cards. Some of them are trashed, some of them are put on the bottom. Buffer and Tungsten. And then we bottomed secretly unknown cards. We have a tag and 1 card in hand. We have 2 Angeliques in the list. So we could ping for 1 and 1. I can't read if this line makes sense and they just missed a steel skin. I mean, it's not a bad line, but like they died and measured 17 different ways. We just don't have measured. So they could try and like dump a twinning into R&D. Did they see the petty cash in hand? Maybe they did. Maybe that's the way they don't want to Phoenix us. It's been a long turn. God, it's been a long. Yeah, they know we have a petty cash. I mean, if they go R&D, that's the best for us, I think. Amaze wins here. Yeah, I like Amaze a lot. Daniel's still really good, but I think this deck has only 1 proactive tagging card, so it's up to your opponent to make a mistake, which is tricky. The better your opponent is, the less likely that is to happen. But like we need to force them to float a tag, which is not always obvious, and it's just like hard loses to no free lunch and hand and stuff like that. I'm assuming. Harmony B plays well, and I have no doubt had some good opponents too. This deck doesn't have measured. Our opponent is totally safe. Even playing 1 measured actually really helps in open deck lists. Okay, well, if we don't lose to this, we win. This is 2 unknown cards. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I think there's only 2 agendas in R&D? No, 3 agendas in R&D? We're seeing 2. Got it. I mean, we did not have to get it. If they just cleared a tag, the game goes on. AGG. Oof. Yeah, if they cleared a tag, they'd be fine. Yeah, that was a close one. No. Well. Yeah, weirdly, there's no MR in the deck. I mean, people play around it, so maybe you need less. And technically, I guess they didn't play around it. But there was no agendas for a while, no end of lines. Well, sorry, only end of lines coming up. Can I change one action? What's that? Change one action. What does that mean? Yeah, 1x measured isn't consistent because they trash it, they know they're safe, and they can search for it early game safely. The thing is, if you play one measured and your opponent trashes it, they still play around the other two measureds. Remove the tag. Thanks, you too. Cheers. Yeah, so if they remove the tag, like we can't even jam the SDS. Oh, actually, no, if they remove the tag, we might be able to jam the SDS. Because what do they have to do? They have to do like draw, run. They have to break Afshar, which is fine. It costs them 1 credit. And then they just need to have 4 cards in hand. So yeah, even if they clear the tag, I don't know if we win next turn, let alone we don't have the money for this. Phoenix fired 0 times, which like is the issue with Phoenix for sure. If that was Lou, would you have more card draw? Yeah, maybe. Phoenix is still fun. It's just like, it's really hard to make Phoenix relevant. Your opponent plays around it. And honestly, we used Phoenix to our benefit. If our opponent chose to fire Phoenix, we would have had 2 more credits, which like is so funny. It's also so goofy when Phoenix runs HQ, you res your ice and you use it to bottom, like to throw agendas out because you have a spin doctor. Like sometimes it's even just like bad text. And unfortunately, Phoenix is not a May. I think it's forced. Yeah, you have to force it. So running HQ with Phoenix text is like sometimes a downside. After Event Horizon, is there a no window on pass? Sort of. So how it works is when they hit this ice, they're encountering the ice and there's a paid ability window, right? And that's the paid ability window they use breakers. So our opponent can decide, I will break one of the subroutines, both of the subroutines. They have to tell you. And then they pass priority back to you. And then that's the window that you fire Event Horizon if you want to stop the run so that the Afshar subroutine doesn't fire. If they break Afshar and they pass, there's a window there, but then they let a subroutine resolve, which means they draw 1 more card off of raindrops, which is what we wanted to avoid, right? Thanos, does that answer it? It's like a very weird thing that a lot of people forget is that there is an important window that breaking, technically after you break ice subroutines, you have to pass priority back. The thing is like most corporations can't access that window in a meaningful way. The one that came up that a lot of people like missed for a long time was envelopment. So like the idea is that the runner says, I'm going to hit the envelopment. I'm going to break all subroutines besides the trash this ice subroutine. And then it'd be like resolve subroutines. But then you can say, okay, during the paid ability window, I'm going to fire an event horizon or border control. And you end the run before the subroutine resolves. Yeah. Yeah. While subroutines are resolving, there's no paid ability because subroutines don't have a paid ability round. They just resolve top to the bottom. But breaking subroutines and saying I'm done all the breaking, then that passes and there's a paid ability window that both players can trade. But once both players are done with the paid ability window, then subroutines resolve. So there's no response. After the subroutines resolve, the next paid ability window is when the runners pass the ice. I did that last week to deny 1 extra credit for Bravado run. It was really going to end run anyways. Yes. People miss that even at high tables on Bravado. I've seen very good players miss it on Bravado. I think I've even told people after like watching games to be like, hey, you can do this. But yeah, if they're going to Bravado and ice, fire the event horizon before they pass the ice. Because if you wait, they get an extra credit. We bargained, deny, draw 1 for keep your 2 credits. Yes. And draw cards was more important on that board state. Credits and cards were both relevant, but we seem to be closer to winning off of cards. So we decided you can keep 2 credits. We will say you have 1 fewer card. Could be right either way, but we don't have measured, so money mattered a bit less, I think. Cards mattered more, because if that messed up, we would jam the next agenda, and then it's all about having enough cards in hand. Even if the runner says fire all subs, the corp can still use paid ability before subs resolve. Yes, fire all subs is basically them saying, I'm finished at my paid ability, so it passes to the corp, and if the corp confirms the pass, and they both subsequently pass, then the subs resolve. When the runner says fire subroutines, they actually are saying, I pass priority, I have broken all subroutines. It is not intuitive, kind of, but when people say fire subs, they don't mean fire subs. They mean I'm done breaking, which it can be responded to. There was even a card back in the day, which I don't think I know the name of. No, I do. Project Kusanagi. And this card said that you can add subroutines. So it says hosted agenda counter. So at paid ability speed, choose a piece of ice to gain 1 do net damage subroutine after all its subroutines. So this had a really weird thing where the runner could say, broke all subroutines, and then you can respond, I'm adding a subroutine, and then passes back to the runner, and the runner has to re-break that subroutine. I think in terms of interfacing, they've already interfaced, so they don't have to interface again because the strength stays for the encounter. But this is one of the weird ones that you could be like, add a subroutine. They break a subroutine. And we even had a Wayland upgrade that said when they ever fully break an ice, they have to like mill 2 cards. And so adding more subroutines allows you to mill more and more and more. I forget what that card was. Was it Fractal? Yeah, each time all the subroutines are broken on the piece of ice, protecting the server, trash the top 2 cards of the stack. So this could fire once, you could add another subroutine, and it's each time, not first time. So it couldn't multi-fire on the same ice. There's some really weird stuff. I remember having to break pay to break all subs 3 times. Yeah. There's some really weird stuff you can do. Yeah, this card was unpleasant. Not very common, but unpleasant. All right, it's 4:30. We've been streaming for over 4 hours, which is sick. Thanks so much for hanging out. Again, the viewership numbers on Tuesday streams have been like really great. Thursday streams too. So I just want to say, if you're new here or you've been returning, I want to say thanks so much for hanging out. We largely, again, if you're not aware, been able to stream on Tuesdays because of the job situation, and it's been like one of the nicest ways to pass a Tuesday. So I want to say thanks so much to everyone hanging out. Of course, a huge thank you to all these names here and more that support the Metropole Grid. We've been doing this for a long time, and this is one of the big reasons why this sort of stuff is tenable. So yeah, thank you so much. We actually had a new patron. I need to update this. I had to update this for a while, but I want to shout out to name on phone to Steve G24. Thanks so much for supporting as I believe a Sure Gamble patron. Thank you. So thanks so much again, all these names here. And of course, our Daily Cast patrons, they support the channel so we can continue to do stuff like this. It's been really busy. Mind you, this weekend we'll be doing some commentary. Last week we did some commentary. I didn't even shout it out, but if you want to go to the Null Signal Games website, I did a couple rounds of streaming alongside Leah for the America's Mega City, which, as much as it is, an old meta, technically, there's still some really good games, and I can't recommend it enough. The link for that will be in the description. If you want to support the channel, there's a couple ways to do it. The easiest way is just to leave a like on the video or subscribe or comment, all that sort of stuff. But if you want to go even further, the next step, there's a Patreon in the description. Any amount of contribution is incredibly appreciated. Also, if you do see your name here, some people have little symbols next to it. If you want to add a symbol, hit me up. I can add a symbol. I'll be very happy. If you want to rep your local meta, your avatar, whatever it is that you think is kind of cool. Are you doing Continental's remote commentary? I plan on. I think the dates were just announced somewhat recently. I need to reach out to NSG, or NSG needs to reach out to volunteers in general to figure out when that is. But I definitely intend to do some Continental involvement because I'm not going to go to a Continentals. So it's a nice way to get involved. But yeah, I got to figure out about that for sure. I was laid off last month too. Wish you a lot of luck with the job. Thank you, Ryan. And I hope things have been going all right for yourself as well. It's pretty rough these last couple months in terms of the job market. It's really nice to not have to stay up against midnight to watch live. Yeah, it's nice to have this at a time zone that makes sense for a lot more people. If you're in Montreal, there's a GNK in about an hour and a half. I'm not 100% sure I'll be there, but it looks like we're going to have like a dozen people out there, so they're incredible events. That's mostly it. We'll be back on Thursday, and then on Saturday, I can't confirm where it will be streamed, but there will be a stream of Continentals. Mind you, Abraham Man of the Moon is running Cascadia, which is this weekend. So I'll let you know on Thursday when I can tell you where the stream is, but that should be up in the future. Thanks so much for hanging out. Catch you next.